Holy Emmanuel, I, Haile
Selassie,
Selassie,
Jah,
Ra-
Rastafari. Call for virtual reverence in the virtual courts of Rastafari. Blessed be the tie that binds our heart in one creation love. Fellowship of kindred is like to that above. Forefathers throw with power and praise. Our hopes, our fears, our aims are one, our comfort and our cares. Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brother and sister, to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went down unto our. Even Aaron's beard that went to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Huron, and as the dew that is upon the mountain of Zion. And may the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion in the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord. Keep and sanctify us all. And cause thy holiness to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved with thee. O thou most high God, Jah Rastafari. To the work, we are souls of Jah Jah. Let us follow the path that our Master have trod. With the balm of Jah counsel, our strength to renew. Let us do it unto our mind us to do. Work in salvation in the hands of the man of right is God in flesh, woman of right is God is said black Christ. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. To give thanks, my Lord and Empress, for the ABIC, Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, and the Church of True Divine Salvation. Give thanks for another day of reasoning and fellowshipping one to another. Man say, together we are strong. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. And at this moment, we will call upon our Honorable Empress Miriam to bless us and set the decorum with a royal chorus. Majesty bless, Honorable Empress.
Give thanks, Honorable Chair. Are you hearing me?
We are
Greetings.
hearing you in our Lord, we still hearing you.
I know. Bear with me, please. Just listen, everybody mic off. So, cause my phone is low, okay? I send blessed love to each and every one this morning. You know, as we gather once more to reason to ourselves to our right, we give thanks to Jah, guidance, love, and blessing. My Lord and Empress, give thanks. And my chorus today that I'll be singing to the congregation is, if you know the blessing Rastafari give, if you only know the blessing Rastafari give, you will never stay away. If you only see the table spread with loving things, you'll come to the feast today. For the door is open wide, and our Savior bid us come. There is nothing you have to do. Just be wise and step inside, and don't be like some of them that show their only chances away. If you only knew the blessing Rastafari gave, you will never stay away. If you only see the table spread with loving things, you come to the feast today. For the door is open wide, and our Savior bid us come. There is nothing you have to bring. Just be wise and step inside. And don't be like some of them that throw their only chances away in a holy Mount Zion. Zion, Zion, I, Lord, holy Mount Zion. Zion, mighty Redeemer, wonderful Savior, Jehovah, Jah,
Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. Back to the chair. Give thanks.
Majesty, bless Honorable Empress. Give thanks for such welcoming words. And we call Honorable Priest for a word welcome. But before him come on, I would personally like to give thanks to our future we see in this morning here with the younger ones, Priest Sevens, Priest Solomon, Priest how man's name slip from my head. Yes, the
Shimron.
Honorable Priest Dana Antigua.
Appreciate
Shimran. So long me not see her. You see it, we need to see each other more. Shimran, Empress Dion, Empress Akim, and all the loved ones gathered together. When we see this kind of a presentation, we know our future is secure. And give thanks to the ancients who, man, the race is not to the swiftest, but who can endure the enduring heart, like Honorable Priest Pa, Priest Nappy, Honorable Priest Earl, Honorable Priest Savannah, Priest Adigan, the enduring arts. We do give thanks for the ancient and modern coming together. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Rastafari. Honorable Priest Nappy, my lord, can bless with our welcoming word.
Yes, Royal family, give thanks, Ride in the street as usual. Give thanks to each and everyone, Give thanks to all of the brethren. Them come in, come join with us, I want father's children, There's not that we can't sit down and reason about, my lord, So we give thanks, This is our open book. We're very, very transparent in whatever we are doing. Whoever want to come in and listen in, we have no problem at all because it's righteousness we are dealing with. And upliftment of ourselves and our brethren and the Congress. So we give thanks to each and every one that put their hands on our together as we, deal with King Emmanuel mission, So glorify and give thanks and welcome and let your heart door open wide towards Jerusalem. My Lord and Empress, out of love. My Lord.
Majesty bless Honorable Priest Nappy,
Yes, sir.
Honorable Empress Trisha, or Empress Dion, roll
Blessed
call.
love, roll call.
Majesty.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Today is Sunday, 25th January 2026. Honorable Priest Imesley,
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Earl,
One perfect love. Give thanks.
my Lord. Honorable Priest Vasavana,
Present. Give thanks.
Honorable Priest Nappy,
Yes, family. Give thanks.
Honorable Priest Adagan,
My Lord and Empress present.
Honorable Priest Aitafa, Honorable Priest Sefan,
Bless the Lord to the fellowship, blessed.
Honorable Priest Solomon, and Honorable Priest Shimron.
Blessed love. Blessed love. The royal family.
My Lord, give thanks for coming in. Honorable Priest Brown,
Blessed love, royal family.
The ancient sea.
and Honorable Bobo Ken, my Lord.
Priest Aswad.
Blessed love, royal family.
Honorable Priest Aswad, Honorable Empress Miriam.
Blessed love, Royal Empress. Give thanks.
Oh, I forgot Honorable Priest Iras Levi, or Prophet Iras Levi.
Eli Rastafari, blessed.
Honorable Leader Empress Miriam.
Blessed love, Royal Empress. Give thanks.
Give
Mother
thanks. Heart of love. Blessed Honorable Leader Empress Lily May.
Blessed love, Royal House of King David.
Honorable Empress Akim.
Blessed love, royal family. Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Trisha.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Empress Sandra.
Bless the Lord, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
And Honorable Empress Dion. Let the record show at the beginning of the meeting, there were 19 participants present. Give thanks.
Honorable Empress Dahina just came in.
Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Dahina.
Blessed love, royal family, heart of love, going through my Lord and Empress.
Blessed
Thank
love.
you.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress.
And I believe Honorable Priest Toot just came in also.
Honorable Priesthood.
Blessed
Yes,
love,
I.
Honorable Empress. Give thanks to life.
Majesty bless.
Blessed love.
And I'd like to remind you that we are live streaming EABIC Council of Elders YouTube channel. Please subscribe, like, share, and leave your comments. And don't forget to stay hydrated and have your paper, pen, notepad, anything that you feel comfortable taking notes with. For at the end of this interesting program, please have your questions and we will have your answers.
Blessed love, Empress.
Love, holy love. Blessed love, my Lord.
Oh, blessed love, Empress. Give thanks to the royal family.
Honorable. And
Yes,
today's
Honorable
inspiration is being read by Honorable Empress Trisha.
Royal Empress there, I think the Honorable Priesthood was beckoned to you for give him a mark there.
Can you heal up already, man? Empress Trisha.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for ones and ones coming in to sit with the Council of Elders in today's reasoning, which is mental health and domestic violence. Does nutrition play a part? Today's reading comes from our Queen Sister, Ayanla Van Zandt, Acts of Faith. Check out Your Own BS by Joel Diamond Taylor. BS refers to belief system. Those things you hold to be true about yourself and others. Your BS, your belief system, is a product of your experiences and perceptions. Those things you have come to believe are true. Those things buried in the back of your mind. But are they really buried? No. Your belief system determines your environment, your abilities, and the way you approach life experiences. What do you really believe about yourself? What do you believe about your ability to have, to be, and to do all the things you hold dear in your heart? If you really want to know what you believe, take a look at the people, the conditions, and the situations in your immediate environment. They are the reflection of your own belief system. I am a true believer in the best of me. Continuing. There are two things over which you have complete dominion: authority and control. Your mind and your heart, by Molifa Asante, and I'll read that again. There are two things over which you have complete dominion, authority, and control: your mind and your mouth, by Molifa Asante. Your mind is an instrument, a precious gift to be valued and cared for. You are not always in control of what goes into your mind, but only you can determine what stays there. If you allow negativity to pervade in your mind, you will produce that negativity with your mouth. Your mouth is the mechanism that reveals how well you care for your mind. The conditions in your life stem from the most dominant thoughts of which you speak. Nothing has a hold on your mind that you cannot break free of. Since your mind will respond to what is said to you, speak to the conditions in your life. When they are wanted, give thanks. When they are unwanted, demand they change. I am in control of my mind and my mouth. And the last one is a Yoruba proverb: if you don't sell your head, no one will buy it. We are capable of directing and determining the outcome of any and every situation we face through the power of thought. Yet, since many of us do not realize our true power, we cannot realize the truth of the statement, and this is a quote: no one can do anything or make you do anything unless you let them, end of quote. The key is to be honest with yourself and others at all times. Keep your thoughts focused on the best possible outcome for everyone involved, and never allow yourself to be pushed where you don't choose to be. If someone called you a grape, you probably wouldn't respond. But if that same person refers to you as a coon or a spade, you would most likely hold them responsible for your reaction. No one but you can ever be held accountable for what you do. How you respond in any given situation is purely a reflection of what you think, what's in your head. When someone does or says something you believe is offensive, do yourself a favor and don't sell your head. It's what inside my head that counts. My Lord and Empress, there ends today's inspiration. Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Trisha Royal Tech, give thanks for such inspirational words. When you did first say your heart, your mind, your heart, you came back after and say your mind and your mouth. But you did say your mind and heart. I want to run to me. Sometimes your mind and your heart could be in conflict with each other. That's a good time to keep a still tongue. My Lord and Empress. So, moving forward, today we are dealing with our food, and the effects that it has on us.
Honorable priest, update on the next on the agenda is
Elder care update. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see. Yes, my lad. So we dealing with our food and we take in how it affects us. And I will priest Earl, my lad. Can I give us an update on the elder care program and the running for winter? And I will priest Earl.
Royal Timekeeper.
Yes, Royal family, one perfect love. To give thanks to life
My
and give
lad.
thanks to the mighty Lord. Holy Emmanuel, I Selassie, I Jah,
Selassie,
Rastafari. Yes, honorable, as the man said, the sick nourish, infants care for, the aged protected, So, Empress Blackie still send love to the Royal Council of Elder, Empress Blackie. You hear I good, my lord?
Yes, my lad. That was one in the eye trade with all, yeah?
Yeah, man, Empress Blackie, Empress Bev, send love to the Elder.
Yeah.
Council, the Elder care, a little blow off did go on our house, but, family really rally and give her a little strength, strengthen her forward, you know what I mean? It is not 100%, but, it's better than most, Yes, so, Prophet Anki Joe, say, we're still looking, about him. You see it, a long time I got take Jack Itaffa, Joe a little visit at the moment, you know what I mean? We give thanks and sound, you know what I mean, as I elder at the moment, sounding very fresh from the first time that we saw him, you know what I mean? So do give thanks, And so yesterday we're gonna make the family proud. You see it, because the honorable priest's family really feel good. And all who was around, you know what I mean? Come like I break tradition, we go out on the Sabbath day, but the father know best. Him say, don't make your flight beyond the winter nor the Sabbath. But so the people them really take it over and we have to do what we have to do. So we give thanks enough for the honorable, the individual them who could have come up like the honorable priest Nappy and the honorable priest Japan from over Bahamas, and we know it's a hard time because the year just start, and normally when the year just start, you find say funds kind of little tight, for each individual. So we do give thanks to the individual them who could make it possible that we could have get a ride, to go, and make the family proud. If we never go to that look away for I and I, if say the have a priest is here from in the early 70s and now sunset, you know what I mean? And none of us show up our face. So we do give thanks to the soldier them who, who forward the honorable priest Daniel, honorable Empress Mama Miriam play the timbre at all time, Yes, and I myself, and we pick up the Empress Bev, otherwise Empress Blackie, according to, her melanin, because her Empress Blackie, you know what I mean? Yes. And Prophet John Ross also, which was Jesus' brother. And, and I really do feed the people, because, with the carry Sabbath lunch and things like that. So, them get a full joy from our spice, you know what I mean? Yes, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks to the royal family and perfect love.
Majesty. Honorable Priest Lamont didn't make the step with the item.
No, because I kind of heard a little late, according to where I hear. But him be sending blessings, so we do give thanks. You know what I mean?
Rastafari.
Yes, him sending blessings, So, yeah, man, one perfect love, my Lord and Empress.
We are seeing the portraits from first day what the priest, the presentation that we had for beloved brethren, departed priest Prince, is a brethren, me remember, sit down and go to my heavens, and me remember him as a young man, cause me did meet him in 1981. You know? Yeah. A very high strong brethren, yeah. I could remember him. So we do give thanks for the angels and angels passing through. And I Lord and them glorify. And we see that, as much as we was right with our sons. So moving on, we call on the other priest Rasta this reasoning here today. Majesty bless.
Glorify. Yes, my Lord, just opening it up. Give thanks, family. Yeah, we do give thanks for what took place, for all the representation, and we pray that our brother's soul find peace. Give thanks to the Congress and all the settings of the Congress. Give thanks to our Father who teach us in this way. As we continue, the world of people today is acting out of the norm. The general populace seems to be in a comatose state of mind, non-responsive to what is negatively affecting them, while the leaders display a reptilian, cold-blooded nature. In general, the humanistic character, which in the past was motivated by morality, has been replaced by selfishness. Industrialization, along with food modification, correlates with the development of modern diseases, such as depression and anxiety, resulting in a rise in suicide and violence. Today's program will attempt to analyze, diagnose, and prescribe solutions. As the first physicians, we attempt to heal ourselves and promote preventative methods for our well-being. The students are now seated. Let the teachers appear. To be continued.
Honorable Empress Diane.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Medicine is from the earth. Recent research published in peer-reviewed medical journals confirms a strong bidirectional link between diet quality and mental health, with nutritional interventions increasingly recognized as a valid adjunct therapy for mood disorders. Studies frequently highlight that a diet rich in whole foods, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and fish can reduce inflammation and improve cognitive function, while Western-style diets high in ultra-processed foods, added sugars, and saturated fats are associated with higher rates of depression and anxiety. Here are some key findings and quotes from various medical journals on the topic. 1. Dietary patterns and mental well-being. The Mediterranean diet is a protective factor. A study published in Nutrients 2005 found that higher intake of plant-based foods, legumes, and nuts, key components of a Mediterranean diet, was associated with lower risk of incident anxiety.
One correction before you move on, and that was 2025, not 2005. 2025.
Pardon me.
And so it's a recent, publication.
Study. Publisher. Give thanks. Depression improvement. SMILES trial, or SMILES trial. Nutritional Neuroscience 2019 published findings from the SMILES trial, demonstrating that participants with major depressive disorders who received dietary consulting saw their depression scores fall by 45% over 6 months, compared to a 26.8% in a control group, notes the American Psychological Association. Adolescent mental health. A 2024 study in Preventing Chronic Diseases, or CDC, found that sugar-sweetened beverages, SSB, consumption is prospectively associated with greater severity of depressive and anxiety symptoms, while vegetables and fruit consumption was prospectively associated with psychological well-being. 2. Nutrients and mental health. Mental health specifics finding. Omega-3 fatty acids, polyunsaturated fatty acids, PUFAs. A review in Pediatric Medical Center, or PMC, 2021 stated that the Administration Department of Health Association, DHA, is to stress healthy subjects in a randomized controlled trial, or RCT, which resulted in a significant reduction of perceived stress supporting the protective or adaptogenic role of omega-3 PUFA, or pediatric mental asset. Pediatric
Medical Center.
PUFA. Magnesium and anxiety depression. A study in the Journal of Affective Disorders 2025 noted that higher dietary intakes of magnesium was associated with lower levels of anxiety. Vitamin D and serotonin. Research in Nutrients 2023 highlighted that vitamin D supplementation improves mental health status with high levels of magnesium and B6 also influencing emotional stability. Probiotics and gut-brain axis. Studies in biological psychiatry in 2019 and nutrients in 2022 confirm that probiotics, example, Lactobacillus helvectus, can reduce symptoms of depression by influencing the gut-brain axis, reducing inflammation, and producing neurotransmitters. 3. Key conclusions from medical reviews. Nutritional Psychiatry 2019. European European Neuropsychopharmacology Pharmacology concluded that diet, often combined with lifestyle modification, has potential in the prevention and treatment of mental health and may modify drug treatment effects. Dietary inflammation in 2020. The Biological Medical Journal, BMJ, reported that a diet high in calories and saturated fat appears to stimulate immune activation, presenting a pathway through which poor diet could increase the risk of depression. Wow. Clinical Guidance 2024. The Journal for Nurse Practitioners highlighted that nutritional and lifestyle interventions can complement psychopharmacology and psychotherapy in clinical practice. Summary table of finding. 1. Diet factor. 2. Mental on health. 2. Impact on mental health. 3. Source, Mediterranean diet. 4. Lower depression risk, reduced anxiety. 5. Nutrients or psychiatric news. 6. Processed food/sugar. 7. Higher risk of depression or anxiety. 8. APA or the BMJ omega-3 fish oils. 8. Reduced depression or stress. 9. PMC/science. 10. Direct fiber from vegetables or fruits. 11. Better mood, lower anxiety. 12. CDC nutrients. 13. Probiotics. 14. Reduce depression symptoms. And 15. Science Direct. To be continued by another reader. Modern preventative
Majesty bless.
nutrition. Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Modern preventative nutrition. Majesty bless. Modern preventative nutrition uses evidence-based dietary strategies and lifestyle changes to lower the risk of chronic diseases like diabetes, heart disease, cancer. By focusing on whole foods, plant-rich diets, healthy fats, and limited ultra-processed items, which also, while also embracing personalized approaches and functional foods to boost well-being and resilience from early life through aging, guided by guidelines like the Dietary Guidelines for America, DGA, and DASH diet. DASH. Continue. Plant-forward eating. Emphasize fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, nuts, and seeds. Limited unhealthy foods. Reduce added sugars, sodium, saturated/trans fats, and especially ultra-processed foods. Choose healthy fats. Opt for liquid plant oils like olive over tropical oil or animal fats. Lean proteins. Prioritize plant proteins, fish, poultry, and lower diet dairy with lean cuts of meat if consumed. Hydration, drink water, limit sugary beverages. Modern approaches and trends. personalization. Tailored plans considering genetics, lifestyle, and medical history, often with advanced testing. Functional foods. Foods enriched with specific nutrients. Example, omega-3s, probiotics for added health benefits. Continue. Dietary patterns. Following established patterns like the Mediterranean or DASH diets, known for heart and brain health. Mediterranean. Integrated nutrition, a holistic view combining diet with other wellness factors, sleep, stress. Why it matters? Non-communicable cable diseases, NCDs, non-communicable cable diseases, NCDs. Nutrition is key in preventing major NCDs, which are leading cause of disability and death. Immune function. Adequate nutrition support a robust immune system.
Yes, adequate
Lifelong.
nutrients.
Huh?
Nutrients.
Immune function. Adequate nutrients support a robust immune system. Lifestyle, lifelong health. Interventions from infancy to older age to build resilience and improve life expectancy. Continue.
Teacher Savannah, you can go through the.
Yes,
Yes. Fiber versus life stages. My Lord and Empress, to be continued.
Yes, this is a graph here that is displaying, showing your fiber versus lifestyle diseases. How fiber can help in certain instances, depending on what we are struggling with. It says here, heart disease, diabetes. It tells you that apples are a healthy choice, that will aid in your digestive system as well as your heart disease. It helps with removing inflammation.
Lowers bad cholesterol and slow sugar absorption in blood.
Move to the next graph. Top 10 high fiber foods. Oats, lentils, chickpeas, flaxseed, apples, pears, broccoli, brown rice, almonds, brown rice again, and almonds again. Best healthy carbs. Quinoa, sweet potato, oats, brown rice, lentils, chickpeas, whole grain bread, berries, barley. And these are best healthy carbs, carbohydrates. And our pre-snaps.
My Lord and Majesty,
Bless and love.
Out of love, let me
Set up yourself.
try to script the camera. What?
Honorable Priest Knuckles, bless and love, my Lord.
Give thanks. So senior need more protein than younger adults to combat age-related muscle loss sarcopenia.
Mhm.
Senior generally require 1.0 to 1.2 grams of protein per kilogram, 2.2 pounds of body weight daily, compared to the standard 0.8 g/kg, with even higher amounts up to 1.5 gkg or more recommended during illness or for active individuals, spread across all meals for better consumption.
Absorption.
Yes, absorption. General recommendations: healthy senior 65 plus. Aim for 1.0 to 1.2 kilogram daily, e.g. 75 to 90 gram for a 75 gram person or weight, yes. Active and exercising seniors need higher intake, at least 1.2 gram per kg day. Senior with illness and injury may need 1.2 to 1.5 kilogram a day or more. Why more proteins? Sarcopenia question. Aging causes natural muscle loss, fertility, and risk of falls, anabolic resistance. Older bodies are less efficient at using protein, needing larger doses to stimulate muscle synthesis. How to get enough and spread it out. Consume 25 to 30 grams of protein each meal to maximize muscle building. Good sources: lean meats, fish, eggs, dairy, Greek yogurt, beans, lentils, tofu, nuts. Combined with exercise, strength training is crucial to building muscle alongside increased protein intake. Important note: consult a doctor or dietitian, especially if you have kidney disease, as protein needs can vary significantly. My lord, to be continued.
Yes, family, as you just heard, let's recap some of what we just heard. For people struggling with anxiety, magnesium is a very good thing to up your dosage of magnesium by taking supplements. Now, it goes on to show you that as you age, you need more protein intake. See? And it gave you figures from 1 gram or kilogram to 1.2, 1.5, meaning that whereas when we were younger, we could get by on a lesser amount, the body stored up certain things and was able to use it and reproduce it. As we age, all of them things slow down. So we need more protein as we age to retain our muscle mass, which means our strength in general. See? So that's why as you age, you see people start to walk slower and, lose mobile skills as we go more up in age, because we are not adjusting our diet. See? So these are some of the things that we have to take into account, especially seniors. See? Make sure that, especially man and man, Seeing even the females have a different dietary need than I and I. But I and I personally as man, we need to up our protein intake. And it tells you what you can get your proteins from, your lentil, your nuts, for I and I, legumes, peas, Almost every meal that I and I eat should have some form of peas in there. One. Just like how almost every meal that we eat should have green leafy plants. So you should have a salad at all times when you're having your big meal for the day. See? And as it go on, it will reiterate these things throughout the process so we can get it in our minds. Plant-based protein source. It little too small for me. If you can read it, Empress, I would have glorified.
I have some noise in the background, so if Empress Diana or another Empress can read out, I appreciate that.
I think the first, you can see them, Empress Diane, to read it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The first block is beans and legumes. The second block is broccoli. The third, chickpeas. The fourth, edamame. The fifth, lentils. Next, nut butter. Next, nuts and seeds. 8, oats. 9, peas. 10, quinoa.
Green peas.
Yeah, but
Yeah, green peas. Go ahead. It's all same.
sorghum. After the green peas is quinoa, and after that is sorghum. Then there's soy milk. To the bottom is spinach leaves, then tempeh, then tofu, and finally veggie patties.
So it give you a range of items that you can gain your protein from, and more time if you can combine them, then you're sure that you're getting, a certain amount of protein that you need.
Honorable Priest Adigan, my lord. Priest
Category.
Adigan, you there about?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, the
Aye.
category.
Vegan food.
Vegan foods that boost blood production, hemoglobin, are rich in non-iron and folate and vitamin C to enhance absorption. Key iron-packed staples include lentils, chickpeas, tofu, tempeh, pumpkin seeds, dark leafy green spinach, kale, quinoa, and dried fruits like raisins and apricots. Pairing these with vitamin C rich foods, citrus, broccoli is vital. Top vegan foods for blood generation: legumes and soy, lentils, chickpeas, black beans, soybeans, tofu, and tempeh are excellent, nutrient, dense iron sources. Dark leafy greens, cooked spinach, kale, Swiss, chard, and beetroot greens. Seeds and nuts: pumpkin seed, pepitas, sesame seed, cashew, hemp seed, and flaxseed. Whole grains and fortified foods: quinoa, oatmeal, brown rice, whole wheat bread, and fortified cereals, fruits and veggies, beetroot, high in iron and folate, pomegranates, dry apricots, raisin and prunes, natural sweeteners. Blackstrap molasses is an exceptionally iron-rich option.
And that was prescribed by our Queen Mother, Miriam.
Right. Key tips for maximizing blood generation boost absorption. With vitamin C, consume iron-rich food alongside citrus fruits, bell peppers, broccoli, tomatoes, or pineapples to significantly increase non-heme iron absorptions. Avoid absorption blockers. Avoid drinking tea or coffee with meals as tannins and polyphenols can hinder iron absorption. Include folate and B12. Incorporate lentils and asparagus. And fortified food for folate needed for red blood cell formation. And ensure adequate B12 intake through fortified plant milks or supplements.
Mineral deficiencies. Mineral deficiencies disrupt critical bodily functions, leading to fatigue, weakened immunity, muscle cramps, nerve issues, and if chronic, serious conditions like osteoporosis or cardiac dysfunction. Common symptoms include pale skin, hair loss, brittle nails, dizziness, and cognitive difficulties, often resulting from inadequate intake of essential minerals like iron, magnesium, or calcium.
Don't move, family. Don't move, return. Go back, please. This is very important, because we are here to learn. This is a very important segment that the item need to take in, because a lot of what affects us comes from our deficiencies. Okay, and here it is telling you plain: mineral deficiencies disrupt critical body functions. See, and if you're not supplementing your minerals, I can guarantee you're lacking in some form of mineral, because we don't get our required amount from our everyday meals. So this area is a very important area that we must pay attention to. See, because it can ward off a lot of what is going to happen down the road if you understand now and take care of the problem now. Pardon me, Empress. Continue.
That's it. Key effects of specific mineral deficiencies. Iron deficiency causes anemia, fatigue, weakness, pale skin, cold hands and feet, and dizziness. Calcium deficiencies lead to weakened bones, osteoporosis, muscle cramps, numbness and tingling in extremities, and abnormal heart rhythms. Magnesium deficiency results in muscle spasms, insomnia, anxiety, and heart palpitations. Zinc deficiency causes a weakened immune system, delayed wound healing, hair loss, and loss of taste or smell. Iodine deficiency leads to goiters, which are enlarged thyroid glands, and thyroid dysfunction. The impact on growth and long-term health, developmental issues. Deficiencies during pregnant or childhood can lead to permanent cognitive impairment and stunted growth and rickets. Immune system damage. Low levels of zinc, selenium, or iron can impair the immune response. Chronic disease. Long-term deficiencies are linked to hypertension, heart disease, and severe bone density. Signs to watch for: physical changes, brittle hair, hair loss, dry and pale skin, and spoon-shaped nails. Neurological and muscular: numbness, tingling, muscle weakness, and involuntary twitching. Signs to watch for: systematic, persistent fatigue, low energy, and poor appetite. While some deficiencies can be resolved with dietary adjustments or supplements, severe cases require medical intervention. To be continued.
Five benefits of eating fish. Honorable Priest Naps.
Yeah.
Yeah. We throw that one
That
into the eye, you know? Yeah,
yeah.
Priest Naps throw that one because, you know, the priest, as from knowing him in my life, that fact, yeah, you know, so a film thing. Five benefits of eating fish. Great source of essential vitamins and minerals. Improve blood flow. Rich in omega-3 fatty acids. Aid in weight loss. Promotes healthy skin and hair. So those are five simple basic. 10 foods good for blood circulation. Pomegranate. Garlic, beets, tomatoes, citrus fruit, onions,
Red onion.
ginger. Well, red onions, as the Empress said. Ginger, walnuts, cinnamon, and what's the last one there? Berries. And these
So
are all
the
these
red
are all most.
red
Go ahead, priest.
the red onion have a different higher something than the ordinary onion.
Yeah, man. Just like the red skin potato, just like the red skin sweet potato, or the red skin,
Okay.
what them call Irish potato. Well, they want,
Yeah.
the different. The red always has a higher, level of vitamins or nutrients in it.
Like that.
The red callaloo, the red sphemus. Benefits of drinking. Sorry, return to the other one again, Empress. Benefits of drinking red. See, and so it's pretty much the same thing here. Apples, watermelons, pomegranate, grapefruit, beetroot, strawberries, raspberries, cherries, tomatoes. And there is a distinct benefit for drinking red. As I was saying, yeah, man, the things that are red, yeah. My virgin over here just shout out phytonutrients. That's what we get from
Okay.
red plant life.
Side.
Medicines is from the earth. Most of us who grew up in this world where is CVS and Walgreens and the pharmacies that we know where we get our medicine from. But prior to these modern days, yeah, what ailed you, you got the cure from your surrounding. Knowing the proper herbs to use or the proper combination of fruits to drink, for instance, you facing certain type of ailments, you have to increase your citrus intake because that ups your vitamin C, things like that. as well as vitamin C is one of those vitamins that always necessary to take because it aids in the uptake of other nutrients. Sometimes you eat the food, and your body don't uptake the nutrient. It send it back out, or majority of it send it back out because your body is not uptaking what it's supposed to uptake the way it's supposed to uptake it. And that sometimes create deficiencies as well. See? So vitamin C is a key in uptaking other nutrients. So is vitamin E. Here it says the strawberry fights aging, the blueberry improves brain function, the cherries calms the nerves, the banana boosts energy, the melon promotes weight loss, the papaya helps with PMS, you don't know. The soursop contains anti-cancer properties, so it's always great to have soursop in our diet as much as we can. Again, blackberries now lower blood pressure. Cucumbers regulate blood sugar. Mangoes boost sex drive, according to them. Pomegranate helps with arthritis. And apples improve gut health, your stomach health.
Through the chair, may I interrupt?
My lord.
Yes, give thanks. When I saw that to my lord, that's when you hear say Bobo don't eat mango. That is one of the reasons why it really did set up so we don't eat mango upon the camp. And that's why we never eat whole for Irish mass neither. Because it boosts sex drive. And when you're there on a mission, then you know why in a meditation there. So that's the reason them ease off mango during them time the my lord when we live on the camp, Just want to interject that, my lord.
Yes,
My
trace minerals. Top 10 benefits. Trace minerals are vital micronutrients. The Virgin just showed out a while ago. Micronutrients, okay. Supporting enzymes, metabolism, immunity, bone health, and hormone production, acting as essential cofactors for countless biochemical reactions, helping with energy, growth, DNA repair, antioxidant defense, and maintaining bodily balance, meaning weight, with deficiency leading to issues like cramp, fatigue, and poor development. So getting them from diet or supplements is crucial. And you see, it's talking about trace minerals because the trace minerals are a little different from just general minerals like zinc and key benefits of trace minerals. Enzymes and metabolic function. They are building blocks for hundreds of enzymes, facilitating energy production, nutrient processing, and DNA synthesis. Immune support. Minerals like zinc strengthen the immune system, aiding in fighting illness. Bone and tissue health. Essential for bone formation, collagen production, and connective tissue strength. For example, silicons for bones and skin. So you see how important minerals are. So when we are deficient in minerals, yeah, you grow up early. A lot of that you see one's growing early and Man, I'll tell you, says it's hereditary. Yeah, it's hereditary because you're eating the same diet that your father and your grandfather did eat. But if you change that diet and include the proper dose of micronutrients and trace minerals, you would see the difference. Antioxidant protection. Some, like selenium, acts as an antioxidant, protecting cells from damage by free radicals, meaning toxins, those things that enter your body, pathogens that they enter your body and yeah, mess with the natural function of your body. Hormones and nervous system required for hormone production, nerve signal transmission, and overall neurological function. Blood and glucose regulation. Support red blood cell formation, iron and copper, and help balance blood sugar, chromium, zinc, manganese. Hydration and muscle function. Help with hydration and can reduce muscle twitches, spasms, and cramps. Examples of trace minerals. Zinc, immunity, wound healing, metabolism. So it aids in the strengthening of your immune system. It aids in your healing. You know, you get a cut how quick you heal and how you heal, you know, without a lot of the fatty and certain things. Yeah, wound healing, your metabolism. It keep your a balanced metabolism. Iron, growth, oxygen transport, hormone production. So iron, another we don't know. So iron is what builds our blood. So it's very important. Selenium. Selenium is one of the new kids on the block. A lot of people just finding out or hearing about selenium because in the early days, selenium was only used on animals. It is in these more recent times that them find out that trace amounts of it, because excess of it is damaging to the body. See? But trace amounts of it is very essential to assist in the body defense mechanism. Selenium, antioxidant defense, thyroid support. Chromium, glucose metabolism. Copper, red blood cell formation, glucose regulation. Manganese, blood sugar regulation, metabolism. How to get them? From fruits, vegetables, and whole foods. High quality multivitamins or specialized trace minerals, supplements. Remineralizing water, like coconut. Coconut water is what you'd call it's a structured water. See, because it has trace minerals in it. So coconut water, when if you're in a situation where someone needs drip, you know, needs an IV to maintain them life source. You know, when you're going to the hospital and you in certain condition, they have to put you on a drip right away because your life signs are down. Coconut water is a great substitute. What are the essential trace minerals? Iron, selenium, copper, iodine, wow,
Manganese and the chromium.
Are they them numbs?
I can't see the bottom one until all the coloring and everything.
Molybdenum, something like that.
Okay.
In
Yes,
the
sir, Royal, please.
enzymes, including those that break down protein.
And you have zinc, you have fluoride, chromium, and manganese.
Yes, Royal, please. The coconut water have the plasma in the blood. You know what I mean? That's right, good for the drip, you know? Yeah. When I'm on travel amongst prescaler, yeah, that was one of the things I must say, you know. And the only water that have the plasma that in the blood, you know. Yes, my lord.
Yes, sir.
My Lord.
Vitamin A, B6, B12, C, D, E, folic acid, K, niacin, and well, I'm seeing it.
Riboflavin
Okay. Yes, sir.
or riboflavin.
You can read it. You can go through and read them there if you want to, because they're too small for me.
Yes, sir.
Vitamin C, and here we have there's no way to increase the size because my whole eyes may have, you know.
That looks like amla, a fruit from India. Then
Okay,
there's
guava.
guava, peppers, and citrus fruits. Vitamin D, milk products, egg, mushroom, and fish. Then there's calcium, where we get the milk, leafy green, sesame seeds, and soya beans. Iron, we get it from the tofu, spinach, green peas, and lentils. Zinc from nuts, soybeans, pumpkin seeds, and oysters. And magnesium from bananas, oats, nuts, and spinach.
And for man, zinc is very important because of our prostate issues. You know, as you age, your prostate enlarge just naturally. One of the way to maintain a healthy prostate is to make sure so your zinc intake is up there. As usual, the tech is queuing up the video. How the food you eat affects your brain. Part of the discussion today is tying in food with behavioral patterns. Ones would be surprised to know when you are not eating your right food combination, how it can affect your mood, your behavior, your thought process, all of that is affected by what you eat or what
Very
you don't.
mannerism.
Yes.
If you sucked all of the moisture out of your brain and broke it down to its constituent nutritional content, what would it look like? Most of the weight of your dehydrated brain would come from fats, also known as lipids. In the remaining brain matter, you would find proteins and amino acids, traces of micronutrients, and glucose. The brain is, of course, more than just the sum of its nutritional parts, but each component does have a distinct impact on functioning, development, mood, and energy. So that post-lunch apathy or late-night alertness you might be feeling, well, that could simply be the effects of food on your brain. Of the fats in your brain, the superstars are omegas 3 and 6. These essential fatty acids, which have been linked to preventing degenerative brain conditions, must come from our diets. So eating omega-rich foods like nuts, seeds, and fatty fish is crucial to the creation and maintenance of cell membranes. And while omegas are good fats for your brain, long-term consumption of other fats, like trans and saturated fats, may compromise brain health. Meanwhile, proteins and amino acids, the building block nutrients of growth and development, manipulate how we feel and behave. Amino acids contain the precursors to neurotransmitters, the chemical messengers that carry signals between neurons, affecting things like mood, sleep, attentiveness, and weight. They're one of the reasons we might feel calm after eating a large plate of pasta, or more alert after a protein-rich meal. The complex combinations of compounds in food can stimulate brain cells to release mood-altering norepinephrine, dopamine, and serotonin. But getting to your brain cells is tricky, and amino acids have to compete for limited access. A diet with a range of foods helps maintain a balanced combination of brain messengers and keeps your mood from getting skewed in one direction or the other. Like the other organs in our bodies, our brains also benefit from a steady supply of micronutrients. Antioxidants in fruits and vegetables strengthen the brain to fight off free radicals that destroy brain cells, enabling your brain to work well for a longer period of time. And without powerful micronutrients like the vitamins B6, B12, and folic acid, our brains would be susceptible to brain disease and mental decline. Trace amounts of the minerals iron, copper, zinc, and sodium are also fundamental to brain health and early cognitive development. In order for the brain to efficiently transform and synthesize these valuable nutrients, it needs fuel, and lots of it. While the human brain only makes up about 2% of our body weight, it uses up to 20% of our energy resources. Most of this energy comes from carbohydrates that our body digests into glucose or blood sugar. The frontal lobes are so sensitive to drops in glucose, in fact, that a change in mental function is one of the primary signals of nutrient deficiency. Assuming that we are getting glucose regularly, how does the specific type of carbohydrates we eat affect our brains? Carbs come in 3 forms: starch, sugar, and fiber. While on most nutrition labels, they are all lumped into one total carb count, the ratio of the sugar and fiber subgroups to the whole amount affect how the body and brain respond. A high glycemic food, like white bread, causes a rapid release of glucose into the blood, and then comes the dip. Blood sugar shoots down, and with it, our attention span and mood. On the other hand, oats, grains, and legumes have slower glucose release, enabling a steadier level of attentiveness. For sustained brain power, opting for a varied diet of nutrient-rich foods is critical. When it comes to what you bite, chew, and swallow, your choices have a direct and long-lasting effect on the most powerful organ in your body.
Them say, people that use brain, people think that is only when you're outside lifting up stuff and doing manual labor that you are exerting yourself and using up energy. You already say? The brain, which is 2% of your body mass, uses 20% of the energy. See? That is how much your brain functions. So a person sitting around a table and drafting up a plan, a strategic plan or a business plan, or designing something, writing a song, all of that. That's great. That's brain power at work, and you're using up a lot of energy in staying focused on what you're doing. Simple as it may seem. This segment will not. Yeah.
A next example for that, my lad, is driving. You see, driving, when you done drive, you're tired, you know. You
True, man.
enough of your brain in driving, you know. Yeah.
True, true. True, true. Good example. Good example, Honorable Priest. Yes, family, this segment will be led by the Honorable Priest Sevens. Honorable PRO, are you there and ready? Honorable Priest Sevens.
Let's allow. Give me
Yes,
a
Honor.
minute. Just,
Yes, Honor. Yeah, this is one of our entrepreneurs. So he's running a business while he's doing what he's doing. So we have to just, see with him. But he's one of our junior elders, one of our critical thinkers, and he will share with us, some of what he has unfolded in his research.
Our future.
Yes, exactly. And it's looking bright with more and more of these young junior elders coming in.
my Lord, I'm impressed.
Lord.
Yes. That's a video. All right. Continue on reading. Yes, multiple studies and medical journals have established strong correlations between mental health, nutrition, and the lasting impacts of abuse. Research shows that poor nutrition, including nutrient deficiencies, is linked to depression, anxiety, and increased stress responses. Furthermore, studies indicate that trauma or abuse can lead to long-term poor dietary habits, while nutritional interventions may help manage behavioral issues. Key findings from medical literature, nutrition, and mental health. Research published in journals like The Lancet Psychiatry confirms a strong link between diet and mental health, specifically that nutritional deficiencies in protein, iron, omega-3s, and vitamins, in brackets, directly affect brain functions and can exacerbate depression and anxiety. Impact of trauma and abuse. While direct studies on abuse, poor diet, and poor mental health are often framed within longitudinal studies on childhood adversity. Literature confirms that stress-related disorders like PTSD, often caused by abuse, led to poor dietary habits, including increased consumption of processed foods, which further worsens mental health. Mechanism of connection. Poor nutrition can cause inflammation and alter the gut microbiome, which affects mood and behavior, bringing the gap between physical health and mental health. Evidence-based findings. Studies on nutritional psychiatry suggest that optimizing diet, reducing ultra-processed foods, increasing nutrients, is a valid evidence-based approach to managing and potentially preventing mental health disorders. Journal articles. Also suggests that addressing nutrition in psychiatric treatment, particularly for individuals dealing with the aftermath of abuse, can improve clinical outcomes.
Okay, before we move on to the next um, slide, Honorable Priest, you had defined certain levels of abuse. You posted a document previously. Do you have it close by where you can share it? Can you read it?
Yeah, I have to do a little scrolling.
Yeah, we just wanted to highlight, because when we think
Yes.
abuse, sometimes we just think about one form of abuse, and the priest is going to share with us now that there are different
All right.
forms of abuse. I love.
Yeah, so yeah, this information is from the Scientific Advisory Board, medically reviewed by the Scientific Advisory Board, written by the Psyche Central staff on May the 17th, 2016. Abuse refers to harmful or injurious treatment or another human being that may include physical, sexual, verbal, psychological, emotional, intellectual, or spiritual maltreatment. Abuse may coexist with neglect, which is defined as failure to meet a dependent person's basic physical and medical needs. Emotional deprivation and or desertion. Neglect is sometimes described as passive abuse. Then there's first abuse is physical abuse. Physical abuse refers to striking or beating another person with the hands or an object, but may include assault with a knife, gun, or other weapon. Physical abuse also includes such behaviors as locking someone in a closet or other small space, depriving someone of sleep, burning, gagging, or tying them up, etc. Physical abuse of infants may include shaking them, dropping them on the floor, or throwing them against the wall or other hard object. Right, so that
Shaken baby
is
syndrome. Yeah. Shaken baby syndrome is one of them.
right. The next form is sexual abuse. Sexual abuse refers to inappropriate sexual contact between a child or an adult and someone who has some kind of family or professional authority over them. Sexual abuse may include verbal remarks, fondling or kissing, or attempted or completed intercourse. Sexual contact between a child and a biological relative is known as incest. Although some therapists extend the term to cover sexual contact between a child and any trusted caregiver, including relatives by marriage. Girls are more likely than boys to be abused sexually.
That
According
was in
to
the past.
My lord?
I said that was in the past.
Right. Girls are more likely than boys to be abused sexually, according to the conservative estimate. 38% of girls and 16% of boys are sexually abused before their 18th birthday. Verbal abuse. Verbal abuse refers to regular and consistent belittling, name calling, labeling, or ridicule of a person, but it may also include spoken threat. It is one of the most difficult forms of abuse to prove because it does not leave physical scars or evidence, but it is nonetheless hurtful. Verbal abuse may occur in schools or workplaces as well as in families. Emotional and psychological abuse. Emotional or psychological abuse covers a variety of behaviors that hurt or injure others, even though no physical contact may be involved. In fact, emotional abuse is a stronger predictor than physical abuse of the
True.
likelihood of suicide attempts in later life.
True.
One form of emotional abuse involves the destruction of someone's pet or valued possession in order to cause pain. Another abusive behavior is emotional blackmail, such as threatening to commit suicide unless the other person does what is wanted. Other behaviors in the category include the silent treatment, shaming or humiliating someone in front of others, or punishing them for receiving an award or honor. And the final one, intellectual or spiritual abuse. Intellectual or spiritual abuse refers to such behaviors as punishing someone for having different intellect interests or religious beliefs from others in the family, preventing them from attending worship services, ridiculing their opinions, and the like. And that's the end. Selassie. Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari. That's my
And on the
Lord and
screen,
Empress.
go back, Empress. Don't take that off the screen. Yes, very important. We're not gonna step over that one. Very important. You see this graph? This graph tells you see what the title says? Power and control, which is what a lot of us are caught up on. We clamor for power to be in control, not of ourselves, because that is where our most effort should be put in controlling ourselves. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I says that everyone should have control of all their bodily function. He says it takes discipline of the mind to achieve it. It's not something that you understand. You have to make an effort. That's why the world is out of course, because nobody's trying to control their thoughts and their behaviors. Everything is acceptable, seeing because we have this thing what them call freedom. Seeing, but it shows you how destructive it can be. Now, here in the graph, it says power of control, violence, the different type, which the priest kind of touched on, physical, sexual, emotional, and others. It says here, using coercion and threats, seeing, making and or carrying out threats to do something to hurt her, threatening to leave her, to commit suicide, to report her to welfare, making her drop charges, making her do illegal things. Coercion, is what we do. We get into the weaker ones. And we're not going to talk about the woman being the weaker vessel. We're not talking about that either. Just weaker people in general, because you have the prey and you have the predators. And the predators, they use the prey. That's the world that we live in. Them says a dog eat dog world. That's the world where we live in. Using intimidation, making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing pets, displaying weapons. So these are the things that, using emotional abuse, putting her down, making her feel bad about herself, calling her names, making her think she's crazy, playing mind games, humiliating her, making her feel guilty. Yeah. using economic abuse, preventing her from getting or keeping a job, making her ask for money, giving her an allowance, taking her money, not letting her know about or have access to family income, using male privilege, threatening her like treating her like a servant, making all the big decisions, acting like the master of the castle, being the one to define men's and women's roles, societal privilege in general. They're talking about male chauvinism right there, so now. Seeing this entitlement that we think we have because we say we are the greater vessel and the female is the weaker vessel. So we use that weakness now to say that we have this superiority vibe over them. See, when it's only a complex, it's a complex Babylon put in an I and I. Because the African, see, we must always remember this. Prior to modernity, prior to I and I encountering the Europeans and embracing Christianity and other parts of their culture, Africa was a matriarchal society. What does that mean? It was governed by woman. The woman had a say. When the Queen Mother called the village, the village came running. That changed when we encountered the Europeans and they taught us Christianity. Christianity has removed the divinity of the woman, the divine feminine essence from the front line and placed it somewhere else, in the bedroom, in the kitchen, in the closet, wherever. See? Yeah, we give thanks to our father, King Emmanuel, as one of who came and reestablished back the right of the woman. See, Haile Selassie did it in 1930, and he did it in a way where the world couldn't ignore it because it was splashed all over every newspaper. The Queen and the King crowned the same day. Give thanks. Here we see, yeah, domestic violence. And part of this, the reason for highlighting abuse in this discussion here that we are about to have is because it is also linked to our food, to our nutrition. By not properly feeding our goodie, our mind works in distorted ways because it lacks the fuel for every capacity of it to be operational. See, in certain things need more zinc. And if you are lacking in zinc, you're having a problem. Now, I'll use myself as an example before we move on. I just did my physical here, just about a week, 2 weeks ago, if that much. And I just got back my results. My blood count is low. They have prescribed that I take iron twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, to help bring back the count to where it's supposed to be. And I knew it. My body told me. I said it to my brethren just days before I got the results to say to him that we need to increase the green leafy substances in our meal because we eat a lot of stew and them thing there, you know. Yeah, and we eat a lot of the broccoli and thing, but we're not eating enough spinach, kale, callaloo, and those things. And those things should be a daily, not just a meal, one of the meal in the week. It should be a daily consumption to maintain. And if we can't do that, then we have to use supplements. So now I am forced to use supplements, iron supplements, to supplement my hemoglobin development. Nutrition and mental health are deeply connected.
1 second, please. Empress Akim.
Yes. Blessed love, royal family. Nutrition and mental health are deeply connected as foods provide the essential fuel for brain function, influencing mood, cognitive abilities, and the risk of severity of conditions like depression and anxiety. A diet rich in whole foods, healthy fats, omega-3s, vitamins, and minerals supports brain health, while processed foods and sugar can promote inflammation and negatively impact mental well-being. Key nutrients and foods for mental health. Omega-3 fatty acids found in oily fish, salmon, mackerel, and seeds, flax, chia. They reduce inflammation and support brain structure. B vitamins from leafy greens, legumes, and whole grains. They aid brain function and energy. Vitamin D. Sunlight and fatty fish provide this, crucial for mood regulation. Antioxidants from colorful fruits, vegetables, and dark chocolate protects against cellular damage, oxidative stress. Complex carbs, whole grains, quinoa, and sweet potatoes offer sustained energy, preventing mood crashes. Lean proteins, fish, eggs, nuts, and beans provide amino acids needed for neurotransmitters, mood regulators. Foods to limit: processed and refined foods, high sugar, refined carbohydrates, and unhealthy trans fats can increase inflammation and worsen mood. Practical tips for better brain fuel: eat whole foods. Prioritize unprocessed foods with single ingredients like fruits, vegetables, nuts, and fish. Balanced meals include protein, healthy fats, and complex carbs in every meal for stable energy. Stay hydrated. Dehydration can negatively affect mood and concentration. Mind your gut. A healthy gut supported by fiber, fruits, veggies, links directly to your brain. The gut-brain connection. The gut and brain communicate constantly. A poor diet can disrupt this connection, leading to poor mental health, while malnutrition itself can also cause psychological issues, showing the cycle goes both ways.
Which is where the violence come from and the abuse come from.
True. Blessed love. Am I going to continue reading here, Empress?
Go ahead, man. You're doing
okay,
well.
So I have to take my glasses off for this. Look, I have to do the opposite. When it's small, I have to take the glasses off. Okay. So how to boost mental health through better nutrition. Eat a balanced diet. Avoid processed foods. Increase omega-3 fatty acids. Limit sugar and caffeine. Stay hydrated. Incorporate fermented foods. Include brain-boosting supplements. Practice mindful eating. Plan and prepare meals. Seek professional guidance.
And quickly, hear what you just said there, incorporate fermented food. Now that is that is how we survived back in the day. On Bubba Hill, roots, that drink, roots tonic, that roots wine, roots is a fermented drink, but it's built with micronutrients because it's from the roots. The roots of any plant have the most mineral content in it. See, so that was one of the saving grace for I and I during the worst of times. You know, when I say worst of times, economic times we're talking about. When things were down and we couldn't afford the whole lot of callaloo and all that we were supposed to get, it is the roots that kept us, the fermented drink that kept us going. And it was also, at the time we didn't even know this, but it was also aiding in our digestive system and keeping the good bacteria in the gut healthy. Continue.
Okay, give thanks. Food changes everything. Functional foods for mental health. Omega-3s, you have chia seeds, you have sardines, walnuts, cod liver oil, pumpkin seeds, oysters, chickpeas, hemp seeds.
Those would be a zinc. Those would be a zinc.
Okay. Give thanks. Avocado. Oh, yes. I see what you're saying. I'm not looking at the heading. Excuse me. So yes, that was zinc. And then you have the vitamin Bs. You have avocado, nutritional yeast, beans, organic eggs, and then your antioxidants. You have red cabbage, pecans, blueberries, and then goji berries.
And family, I don't know nothing name of organic egg, but anyway, continue.
Depression fighting foods: tomatoes, mushrooms, pumpkin seeds, quinoa, sweet potatoes, walnuts, oats, strawberry, tofu, blueberries, raspberries, avocado, carrots, almonds, chickpeas, kale, Brazil nuts, olive oil, spinach, and chia seeds. All right, blessed love. Continue reading, Priest Rasavana.
Thanks, Empress. As we have a pot on the fire, right? You see that pot on the fire right there? That was the pot that our father loved the most. That was what we boiled his roots in. We had bigger ones than that, but that is how we boiled his roots, and we also stored and aged his roots in yaba pots like that. Ital derives from vital, is a Rastafari plant-based and natural diet focused on health, purity, and environmental harmony. It emphasizes eating raw, unprocessed, whole foods directly from the earth, such as fruits, vegetables, seeds, and herbs, while prohibiting meat, dairy, salt, and additives, and oil. And they're talking about hydrogenated oil. Key principles of an ITAL diet: 100% natural and unprocessed. Food is prepared in its most natural state, avoiding additives, preservatives, and chemicals. Plant-based and whole foods. The diet is centered around fruits, vegetables, legumes, and nuts, aiming to keep food as close to nature as possible. No artificial additives. The diet strictly avoids refined synthetic ingredients and often excludes salt, which is the sodium salt, alcohol, and artificial preservatives. A holistic approach to wellness. Environmental respect. It promotes ethical, earth-friendly choices that avoid over-farming. ITAL versus traditional veganism. While both are plant-based, ITAL is more restrictive than standard veganism, often omitting processed meats, substitutes, and relying on raw or minimally cooked foods, foregoing salt, and sometimes not using modern or metal cookware, as we saw the yaba pot. We're entering into the herbs, because we can't talk about healthy eating and preventative measures and don't include the herbs within it. And if the item one of the younger bright eyes could read, I would appreciate it.
Let's not all rush. Give thanks. Healing herbs. We have rosemary. It reduces inflammation and good for gut health. We have dandelion, ashwagandha, lavender.
You can read what each one is.
Pardon me?
What?
You can read.
Dandelion. Tell us what. Tell us what dandelion is.
Dandelion
reduces blood pressure and blood sugar
Yes.
and stimulates
And
the liver.
stimulates the liver. Lavender.
Maybe I can see it better. Continue.
Indigestion improves sleep.
Lavender aids in digestion, improves sleep, decreases cortisol levels. Ashwagandha. It relieves stress, boosts memory and fertility, and cancer properties. What's this? Fennel. Fennel burns fat. It cleanses the blood and boosts immunity. Chamomile. Chamomile relieves stress, aids in digestion, and improves sleep. It's also it improves sleep, immunity, and skin. Nettle. Nettle reduces seasonal allergy symptoms, arthritis, pain, and inflammation. Maca. Maca reduces stress and anxiety. It increases stamina. It improves mood and focus and boosts antioxidants. And Damiana is an aphrodisiac. It reduces stress and mild depression, and it also reduces pain and tension. That's your healing herbs.
And the nettle family. It's the nettle, stinging nettle. It's what we call cowich in Jamaica. So if you know what cowich is, that it's that plant that when you brush against it, it itches. Okay, yeah, that is stinging nettle. Very, very good for our health.
Greetings, royal family. My lord and empress.
Majesty bless. My
Lord
lord.
Black Elder and the royal tech.
Rastafari.
Greetings,
Thanks
my
about
lord. Okay, we have here, what is this?
Yellow.
Basil. Basil is used as an eye drop. Neem, inducing labor and hemorrhoids. Fringe rue, that is fringe rue, R-U-E. It's good for abdominal discomfort. Not sure what rue is. Aloe vera is good for constipation and skin treatment. Ginger is good for nausea and vomiting. Cranberry is good for the urinary tract and infections. Valerian is good for sleep disorders. Raspberry increase in milk production and labor induction.
That means that for the pregnant mothers.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Chamomile, it's good for insomnia, joint pain, and relaxation. Peppermint is good for indigestion, irritable bowel syndromes. Garlic, prophylaxis of preeclampsia. Pumpkin, nutritional supplements. Bitter leaf.
Hold on a second. The garlic. That's another female issue, right? That it covers there.
Correct.
So for family, for females, these are things that you need to know to pass on to your daughters. That when certain things happen, them do have to run, go to the pharmacy or run always to the doctor. Or if they are not within the reach of a doctor, they can still help themselves. So garlic is very important in female issues as well. It's an antioxidant. So it rids your body of certain inflammation and free radicals. Continue, Empress, sorry.
Okay. Bitter leaf is good for strengthening the pelvic floor and muscles. Castor bean is good for inducing labor, and bitter cola is good for nausea and vomiting, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. And I like to just slip in one too. From a proven record with this one here. When a woman now coming in her monthly, some young women, they have a lot of pain and they tend to take all kind of thing like Tylenol and them thing. But fine leaf thyme, the fine leaf thyme, you draw that as a tea and it works almost instantly. You know, my Lord and Empress. Yes.
Yes,
And as the priest is saying that, I'll add two other herbs to that. You know, along with that, you use your red raspberry and your red clove. And yeah, I'm telling you, I have daughters. I have several daughters. So I have been there, done that, knows that these things directly work. Empress.
Correct. And all these herbs are against women's diseases.
Yeah, these herbs that we just read are all about the female.
Herbs and spices are not only good for adding flavor to the foods that we eat, they have been used throughout history for medicinal purposes for hundreds of years. In fact, many of the conventional medications that are used today were derived from plants. That is because there are many different herbs that contain powerful healing compounds that can reduce pain, inflammation, and alleviate certain chronic conditions. These medicinal herbs are packed with antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and antiseptic properties that can offer many different benefits for the human body. And that is exactly what we are going to talk about in this video. Be sure to watch until the end because there are some unknown herbs with benefits that not too many people know about. So, if you're ready, let's get into it. Just a quick reminder, we are not doctors. This video is for informational purposes only. The first herb that we need to talk about is lavender.
I stopped the video because someone messed with the screen.
Thank you. Technical difficulties.
They messed with the screen.
Yeah, somebody messed with the screen.
I took it off. My bad. My bad.
So family, as we are here.
Pardon me, my lord. Pardon me, families. My daughter was messing with my phone just a while ago.
That's all right, my lord. So it go. Yeah.
Herbs and spices are not only good for adding flavor to the foods that we eat, they have been used throughout history for medicinal purposes for hundreds of years. In fact, many of the conventional medications that are used today were derived from plants. That is because there are many different herbs that contain powerful healing compounds that can reduce pain, inflammation, and alleviate certain chronic conditions. These medicinal herbs are packed with antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and antiseptic properties that can offer many different benefits for the human body. And that is exactly what we're going to talk about in this video. Be sure to watch until the end because there are some unknown herbs with benefits that not too many people know about. So, if you're ready, let's get into it. Just a quick reminder, we are not doctors. This video is for informational purposes only. The first herb that we need to talk about is lavender. Lavender is often recognized for its pleasant scent. However, most people are unaware that this essential plant has a lot more to offer. Interestingly, lavender's aromatic scent comes from the oil found in the herb's tiny blue-violet blossoms, which have a variety of medicinal applications. To be more specific, the lavender essential oil can help with sleeplessness, anxiety, stress, and even certain types of pain. So if you wish to enjoy its relaxing, calming, and soothing properties, all you have to do is simply inhale the fragrance. One study found that lavender can mitigate the symptoms of migraine headaches as well. Another powerful herb that we need to mention is dandelion. Dandelions are arguably the most nutritionally packed green that you can consume. That is because they are loaded with several beneficial vitamins and minerals. And unfortunately, most people are unaware that every part of the dandelion plant is edible, which means that almost no one is taking advantage of the health benefits that they have to offer. Dandelions contain several different types of antioxidants that can protect your body from dangerous free radicals. This is important because free radicals can damage your cells and even speed up the aging process. Researchers believe that by adding dandelions to your diet, you can help your body fight inflammation, lower cholesterol levels, and reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease. Peppermint is another herb that we need to discuss. Peppermint is a fragrant mint herb that has been used for thousands of years for its pleasant, minty flavor and positive health benefits. While there is limited research on the usefulness of peppermint tea, the oil's medicinal properties are well established. Peppermint oil can provide relief for people with irritable bowel syndrome and other digestive issues. A study found that peppermint oil is also effective in treating tension headaches when applied directly to the forehead. And remarkably, peppermint is proven to destroy the viruses and bacteria that cause bad breath. This explains why peppermints have been popular and useful for decades, and why your favorite toothpaste, mouthwash, and chewing gum likely contain properties from this medicinal herb. Researchers also believe that it can help relieve clogged sinuses and may even improve your energy levels. Next up on our list is turmeric. Turmeric is one of the most potent herbs with a long history of medicinal use. The active element of this yellow spice is curcumin, which is known to possess antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant effects. Studies found that curcumin can help prevent certain chronic conditions such as heart disease, cancer, and Alzheimer's disease. It is believed to help alleviate arthritis symptoms and even aid in longevity as well. Each and every year, more research is done and more evidence is discovered that shows just how beneficial turmeric can be when it comes to improving our overall health. Another powerful herb that we need to talk about is aloe vera. Aloe vera is well known for its healing capabilities in the health and cosmetic industries. That is because it is packed with natural antibacterial properties as well as soothing, hydrating, and cooling characteristics. No wonder it is effective for treating sunburns, and it's often used to nourish skin and prevent wrinkles. With that said, most people don't realize that this medicinal plant can be added to healthy smoothies, drinks, and juices as well. In fact, studies found that consuming aloe vera can be effective in treating gastrointestinal issues such as irritable bowel syndrome. And we couldn't have made this video without mentioning ginger. Ginger is a perennial plant native to Asia that is widely known for several medicinal uses. Research supports that its properties can be helpful in alleviating nausea, joint pain, and even treating certain types of infections. Gingerol is the active ingredient that has anti-inflammatory and antioxidant effects. This is why ginger can be effective in treating nausea, indigestion, and even reducing symptoms of osteoarthritis. Researchers also believe that ginger can help prevent obesity, lower cholesterol, and reduce the risk of heart disease and certain types of cancer. Rosemary is another herb that we need to discuss. It's a fragrant evergreen herb that is often used to add flavor to a variety of recipes around the world. With that said, many people are unaware of its potent medicinal properties. Rosemary is actually rich in antioxidants and anti-inflammatory compounds that can help relieve pain, enhance blood circulation, and even provide a boost to the immune system. If you're not a fan of the flavor of rosemary in your meal, you can use the essential oil instead. Simply smelling rosemary oil has been shown to improve your mood, enhance brain cognition, and reduce levels of stress and anxiety. Some believe that rosemary can prevent baldness, promote hair growth, and prevent unwanted dandruff symptoms as well. Next up on our list is sage. Sage is a shrub with fragrant leaves that can be used in medicine and food preparation. This aromatic spice is high in antioxidants, which can help strengthen your body's defenses against chronic diseases. Studies found that sage leaf extract can improve insulin sensitivity and reduce blood sugar levels. This herb is believed to enhance memory and brain cognition as well. Anyone can drink a cup of sage tea twice per day in order to boost their antioxidant defenses and take advantage of all of the health benefits that this medicinal herb has to offer. Chamomile is another herb that we just had to include in this video. That is because it is one of the oldest healing herbs on the planet that has been used for the treatment of a variety of different ailments, including colds, diabetes, and mild skin conditions. It is most often consumed as chamomile tea, which is known to promote better sleep and decrease the effects of insomnia. Some people even use chamomile as a supplement to reduce stress and anxiety and to alleviate digestive issues including gas, diarrhea, and an upset stomach. With that said, chamomile is still considered to be a supplement, not a medication, even though it's widely touted for the amazing benefits that it can provide. Next up on our list is ginkgo biloba. This herb has traditionally been used in Chinese medicine for hundreds of years. Like others mentioned in this video, ginkgo is packed with powerful antioxidants that can reduce oxidative stress and neutralize unstable free radicals in the body. This is helpful in decreasing the risk of several chronic conditions, including cardiovascular disease, dementia, hypertension, and Alzheimer's disease. The extract of ginkgo leaves is also believed to be helpful in regulating blood flow and reducing the risk of diabetes. Researchers also believe that this herb can help treat erectile dysfunction thanks to the blood flow enhancing effects that it can provide. Real quick guys, do me a huge favor and hit the like button. It really helps support the channel and I greatly appreciate it. And while you're down there, go ahead and click the subscribe button as well because we have a ton of other videos on our channel that I think you will enjoy.
Yes, yeah, so that brings us now to where we're at, a ton load of information for I and I to analyze and add to and so forth. Before I turn it over to the chair, I will add one herb to this list of herbs and health solution that was left out. Cannabis sativa. See, the good ganja. It's the healing of the nation. It is good for many things. Some still yet unknown because of the lack of research. But if we are listing healing herbs, we cannot leave cannabis off that list. Back to the chair.
That's just a natural, my lad. It's give thanks, What ran through my mind, is that maybe it will be a good thing if we can set a project with the WFL and the Council of Elders in conjunction and make a glossary of herbs, like how the brethren, how the person do it. This so me that we kind of say, but I don't know, probably if it's an AI generated thing where that's all the documentary that we hearing, we don't be hearing like a black voice talking. I'm gonna get thanks for the information still, But I say it would have been nice if we could have come up with a project like that. It's a kind of a mid-long term project, but we gather and make a glossary of herbs and include what we know in the West Indies and just an idea. My Lord and Empress. Floor is open, my lord, for all comments and recommendations. How we apply these information to our life, our liberty, you know. So floor is open, my lord and empress.
And to not reinvent the wheel, my lord, I would just quickly state that there is a book out there, a herb book called Basic Herbs, coming out of Jamaica. Very
Yeah.
good. Sells very. I sold, because part of what I did before retirement was selling black books, and yeah, that was a very good seller for I and I, because it's simple but very informative, and it has a range of local herbs that we all will know more than a lot of the brand name herbs that we hear out there. My lord.
My lord and empress.
Royal
Yes. And I have a priest, my lord.
Could we identify the herbs that are natural in nature and the one them that are not natural in nature? I don't know if beet, because I hear them put beet in that unnatural one in nature. I don't know if the tofu and the other one there. Yes, the tofu and the other one there, where them come together there and yes, coming from, it can build plastic.
You mean a chunk, pre-sir? Pre-sir, I mean chunks.
Yes, that one, where the tofu and all of that, where we know that sometimes they must say it is not really natural in nature, right? So, yeah. I just asking a question there, if you could identify the one that grow natural in nature and the one that are not natural in nature, cause even corn a year, them put in that range, because the corn is not, natural in nature, Even sugar cane some of the time get put in that also category, Yes.
My lord. Well, I believe a thing like tofu, I don't know if it's a recent discovery. I don't know if they used to deal with it back in the day. Probably did, but I don't know. And the
I was
next
talking
one,
about the soya, yes, that one
soya.
also. So, yes.
All right. All right. Well, yeah. So, okay. Did Honorable Priest put out a question? Or any response, my lord and empress?
My lord,
I would say,
the soya bean, it grow up on trees, so I think it's a natural thing to, but if them not, them a tell us that it them a use and something else them a use, we're not too sure about it still. But them say too much I saw, good for the good is still, so I don't know how the man them see that. All right.
My lord, the soya bean look like the white haricot bean. Where they know what I don't know if one know about haricot bean. That's the one what them put in the baked bean. It's a white bean. It and the soya bean look very much similar,
Right.
Yeah. So the soya bean of itself, what I see of it, it look natural. But it's when them process it and put it in milk and other things, you understand? But the bean of itself look like it grow like peas and everything else to what I man see of the soya bean itself, as opposed to soya products. But the soya bean, what I observe of it, it look natural still. It look.
Right.
and I think we're using the wrong definition in part of this thing. Saying natural in nature, because beets and all of that grow natural in nature. 'Cause it grow on the ground and it grow, and you can grow it organic and all of that. What I think the priest is really alluding to is that it was not an indigenous plant, is what Father Sabi was teaching, the indigenous plant, but yes, versus the hybrid plants.
Yes. So what is
So,
the thoughts on the
the soya is a natural soya bean. It's a bean. It has several different properties in it. Just like how we spoke of earlier. What was it? That if you the selenium, just like selenium, if you take too much selenium, it can hurt you. But no selenium at all is still harmful because selenium aids in your immune system development and function. See, so certain things is within its measure. You know what I mean? Soya bean, you don't want to consume it as a everyday kind of thing because it has your body will take in too much of what it has in it, whatever the negative.
I think it's estrogen. They say it have a high content of estrogen.
And that is still yet to be proven too, because we have heard that talk, and then we have heard ones repudiate it as well. So, yeah. So those are the things but the fact that there is a controversy, we would always err on the side of caution by not intaking too much. Them say it's not what you do sporadically that really harms you. Is what you do consistently. See, so it's the habit things that are habitual that really harm us on a major level.
That's about right.
Rich, if we finish with that one, I have another question for clarity, a statement.
But before we move on, priest, him get the clearance. What he was looking for.
No, he wants you to identify what is indigenous and what is not, is what he was asking in his own way. Yeah, what is that indigenous? We know that beet is a hybrid. We know that carrot is a hybrid. There's a lot of hybrids that today that did not exist in the first wave of plant life on the planet.
I think the broccoli is a hybrid too, though.
I won't say yes. I won't say yes.
I would think so, because I don't know if that's why Dr. Sabi lick against it, said, I think name go out in your stomach, So when I really eat it still, but other people consume it still. Freedom, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, I think so. The priest lick it. Royalty, I think so. The priest lick it on the nail, you know what I mean? And anything is hybrid, it is starch based. And starch base is cyanide. Yeah, man, one perfect love.
My Lord. And I have a priest Brown.
Yes, my Lord and Empress, do give thanks. When you touch that level.
Clarity, quick clarity. Starch is starch. Starch is your body break down starch into sugar, into glucose. See, excess of starch is a problem. Balance of starch is still needed. Honorable Priest Brown, go ahead.
Yes, and when I'm research, I found out that a plant we have in Jamaica, where we're going to look for a name for called mustard. It was the base of broccoli, cauliflower, them hybrid they come out of just one simple plant. So it's a plant when I heat from you, but that knowledge will make me pay more attention to it, my Lord and Empress.
Majesty bless, my Lord.
And concerning the soya, from my link up with Country Farm, I even noticing it. I know that it is something, as the priest said, you have to use it wisely, because everyone when we see indulge in it enough start get fat.
Well, and I believe it was a black man who really pioneered the soy bean too, if I'm not mistaken.
Let it look. Well, I don't know about the Caribbean. I know in America and the UK, even in Rastafari community, soya was widely used in most households. Widely used. Cause the coconut milk, them start box all the milks now, cause you can get oat. When you go to your supermarket now, you get oat milk, cider, the soya milk. You have your other nut milks, them, as well as boxed coconut water and all of these things, more or less in the same area. But you find now, when you go into the milk sections, what them call non-dairy milk, you find oat milk, coconut milk, soya milk, and yeah, I was a big I still use soya milk now, but like I said, them start to pack it more. Let me call it again. Coconut milk and oat milk. There are a lot of that now in the superstores. Oat milk is milk what sells enough. You know oats? Yeah, that is a milk what them process and put out there in boxes plenty. But the coconut milk, I know say in Jamaica, not just amongst Rastafari, the coconut as a whole is prolifically used. And what when it comes even to the continent, while places like Kenya, Ghana, even Nigeria and these produce plenty coconut and even other ground food, Ethiopia doesn't have a lot of coconut provisions there. I mean, I don't even see them import it and sell it in the shops. I live in England here, and if I want to blend up a coconut, I can go to one of the store them and get a coconut and husk it out and you know, when it come from jelly state to dry, you understand? But when I went to Ethiopia, I never see none of that, and I keep. That's one of the things I said about the Rastafari community down there. Sometimes them don't try to expand or enhance the things what them did have in the West. Like the coconut is very vital in our diet, but
I remember say Ethiopia
and
Ethiopia landlocked. Ethiopia have it for
I know say
coconut.
can't grow, you know. Can't grow, but the irrigation and them thing they never really been test proof to the level where it's supposed to get test proof. Cause Kenya just up the road, you understand, and them they on the same land thing. But like the brethren say, Ethiopia landlocks for certain things now towards even treating the earth to even make the coconut grow. Might you know, but me know I'm just saying I found that when I was in Ethiopia and I was moving around, I saw all the ground provisions, whether it be cocoa, dasheen, people take all, I saw all of them. The only thing I didn't see at the market in the streets was coconut, you know. So
Yeah, that reason.
I as a man, from my side, is something I've been looking at a lot, and I've been reasoning with certain brethren out there say, while ones might kind of negate it and don't want to deal with it, it's a project and a mission. I would have liked to see if I can get some coconut running down there. You understand, cause, that is something vital to the Rastafari diet, the coconut, in terms of seasoning and all of these things, flavoring and all of these things, and plus the protein what it gives us. Cause look, it's a nut, coconut kernel. You understand? Is it name? Coconut. So we overlook it that thing what we call coconut is a nut. You understand? You see? And even that we eat that, right? We about certain vine food where we're not supposed to eat, which is vital for like me, like a lot of brethren will eat fish and then burn out vine food. In my meditation, would I rather eat vine food. I rather eat pumpkin than eat snapper and parrot. That's me. You understand? That is just I man still. I man see man lick out against people who eat vine food and then and bless up people who eat fish. even under the vegetarian, what they call international vegetarian scope, then put eggs and fish. And me and my caretaker mother always arguing this because he said in the vegetarian society, them say egg and fish. And me say no, you're missing the root word, vegetarian. Where they want to say vegan and all, you're missing the root word, vegetarian. So you couldn't come and tell me say a fish is a vegetable or egg is vegetable. And you notice, right, in this presentation, a whole heap of fish argument was put forward where we get the omega from, but you have the flaccid, that which is the opposite to the cod liver oil, where you can get the same omega from. You understand? So you have to research and know, say, for everything what them say, right? Because the truth be known, them talk about you get more protein from nuts than you get from the fish and the egg. And that's a proven fact. You understand?
Royal Tech, do you have the graph of the CMOS? Because CMOS again gives you a lot of omega as well. So from omega, you can consume your CMOS and get your omega fatty acids from it. There are different food sources that we can get the same thing from. You know, it's just to know and to substitute it. You know, one of the problems that we have is we stop eating a lot of stuff, but we don't replace. So we just have a limited diet, and that is why we're dying young. I don't know who brought it up, but someone brought it up about why are I and I as Rastafari and the conscious community dying at such young age. That is one of the reasons. Blessed?
Chris Nappy brought that on Wednesday night, that topic.
Okay. All right. See that? So one of the reasons why that is happening is because of not having the balanced nutrients within our body, the balanced trace minerals, the required amount of vitamins on a daily basis. You hear what I told you about proteins, especially for I and I seniors, seeing our protein level that we have to have in our body on a daily, not one time a week or on a daily basis. How much of I and I are able to have a consistent meal plan that we can live to on a weekly basis? You know, that is one of the problems. So those are the things that we have to look at now, especially as a group. You know, say we were living in a camp setting. If we're living in a camp setting right now, that is one of the things that we would have to look at and graph and graph out a meal plan and have it posted at the food house or the kitchen, where ones can see on a regular basis if we are having the right combination, because they have those charts out there we call food combination charts. People might see them and ignore them, but they are very important if you don't have that knowledge on your own. You can look at those charts and see what your daily combination should be and your daily dosage of whatever it is you should have in your body. See, and then you can look now what I'm cooking. Am I cooking the balance? Am I making sure that I have such and such, the different items that's going to give me those nutrients in my pot on a daily basis? My Lord.
Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Statement.
All right, Empress Miriam go on, then Priest Evans.
Okay, my Lord, give thanks.
Empress Akim's hand has been up for a while also.
All right.
Okay.
If you want Sister Akim to go along, Sister Trish, let she go. I'll wait. No problem.
No, I'm just acknowledging that the Empress's hand has been up.
All right, Sister.
All
right.
Empress Miriam,
Okay.
you go first.
All right, beloved.
Why,
Thank
Empress
you very
Miriam?
much. Yes, give thanks. Oh my God, this is powerful. Rastafari bless, man. Give thanks for this teaching about the food. You know why? I'm telling you. But one of my takeaway, everything I take away, tell her the truth, right? Because I'm here really listening. Yeah. The molasses. No, The molasses is a very powerful liquid, right, sweetening? Because it having 16 properties that our body is not getting, especially zinc, you know, and other. You could look up molasses and see the properties that molasses give. I remember even Obama when he was doing his thing at the first time there, and one of his thing he used was molasses in his diet, in the food preparation. Molasses not
Hey, that's
only
what I am.
molasses also is good for prostate, right? It is good for asthma and other stuff. The only thing I said it is not good for is because it is sweet, it is not really recommending for diabetes family. But you can use the discretion also and put a little bit in your food or so on. Molasses can eat anywhere you take it. In a drink, on a piece of bread, in your food, anyway you take it. As molasses is good for our body. There's an African man, who gave me a molasses book called Therapy, Molasses Therapy. And my husband was going through, a prostate problem, and he sent it for him, right? And that he take that as a molasses therapy, okay? And he never have any problem. Him eat it daily, him drink it, him do everything. Sometimes he take a spoonful and put it in his mouth. So molasses is good for us. But all a lot of items, the rest of items that is red, very good. Yes, ma'am. But when I look at it again, I said to myself, boy, how much people can go to market and get all of these things that we want to give proper meal to our body. Things are expensive. But my elders, them, take for instance my elders, them who are not working, right, who don't have a source of income to provide. How they're going to get all these good, vegetables and fruits and beans and thing, fish and thing for them to eat, for their brain food, to strengthen their organs. You see, what we are talking about here is the food for our body, the food for all that to strengthen back on our organs. Now, how they're going to manage that? Because when I send to the market, I send my son to the market. I give him a portion of money, yes. And he bring home, not every item that I want, but most of it. And it's expensive. $5,000 can't go to the market to get anything here in Jamaica. It's just a few items. So, we as a family here, we have to set a program how we are going to help the misfortunate elders who leave their home and family, especially I'm talking about the foundation now, right? Who leave their home and family from they were young, right? And dedicate their lives to the foundation, and note that they are elderly, sick. What is there for them? The elder councils have been trying their best to help some of the elders. You understand? They need a meal every day. Can we give them a meal every day? A proper meal with a diet balance, food with a little vegetable, a little piece of fish, a little bit of brown rice, a finger of banana, and whatever. Can we do that? So we have to look into this and see how best now we are going to set a program. And that everyone can say, okay, let me support this program. So it can support our elders who don't have it, who are sick right now, who are aged, and sick and cannot manage to go out and put a bungalow broom on his shoulder to go out there. Take, for instance, like Prophet Anki Joe and others who can't make it to go sell to provide their meal. You understand? So this is one step, and we have step 2 to sit down as a family who love one another and talk about it and see if we can set a program, you know, where we can support. If I even a little $5 or so to see if we can help. And even though some of the young elders them too, you know, because some of them sick too, you know, and need help too. Not only we as elder, but you have the young junior elders that need help too. You understand? And then more. So we have to, you know, we give thanks to the teaching, but we have to look behind the teaching. How we are going to support, you know, ourselves to make sure we are eating the proper meal that our bodies require. Thank you. Give thanks. Back to the chair.
I said love, Empress. Molasses is also a good source of iron. Yes, Empress Akim.
Blessed love, blessed love. Yes, Empress Maisie. I love the molasses as well. It is good. I am one who suffered for a while with iron deficiency, and that is a very detrimental condition for the respiratory system. Being a dancer, when my iron was very, very low, I would cough so much after I finished because my body was trying to, you know, gain oxygen again. So having low iron affects your oxygen level, and molasses does help. At the time, I wish I would have known more about nutrients to build my iron, but it came later. But I do use molasses now. I wanted to pose a couple of questions and highlight a couple of things that have been discussed since we started. So first I will bring up, it was very early in our reasoning. Priest Nappy had mentioned, because I had a question about this when I started learning more details about Bobo Shanti. I wondered why the mango was forbidden. And so now I have some clarity on it. But I wanted to put a pin there because when you think about fruits and you think about other foods, Priest Nappy mentioned that it was because it was said, and I think Priest Rasavana said this as well, is because it was mentioned that it has an effect on the sexual organs. So I wanted to put a pin there. And then I also wanted to highlight something. When we think about how we're supposed to eat, right? The scriptures tells us a particular way. But when I started gaining more knowledge of self and questioning certain things, even the scripture, I wondered, why was the fruit apple? Why was it a food that was introduced as being forbidden? And it makes me think about the enemies, the colonizers, you know, those who added and took away from true doctrine. Why was food introduced? And I think about it, if we're not careful, if it's not ones who are really for the people, they would give and take away good and bad things that are for us to be healthy, right? One day this is good, the next day this is bad. You know, if we really don't connect with ones who are really studying, you know, my son being one, and I'm grateful, you know, because in time he will be one to help educate I. But about food sources and things like that, because it's for me, I eat mango, right? And I think that any food that is said to affect your reproductive system would be a positive, because it's your meditation and your and how you govern yourself, your behavior, that will cause you to err sexually or morally or whatever. So I think is much greater than eating a certain thing, right? Because actually, if it does affect your sexual state, that is probably a healthy thing, but it's your meditation and how you carry yourself that will make you err. And so that's just my meditation behind it. But then again, I wanted to lift up what ones think about the scripture and why was it a fruit? Because when I think about it, that it's almost like it was a shout out to tell us that food one day, if I'm looking at it this way, because just to play size, it's like, why was food, incorporated in, or apple being incorporated in something that is forbidden, right? It was a fruit. And when you look at it, food now is what is being manipulated to destroy us, you know? And so I also thought about this as well, why we have genetically modified foods that don't have seed. I know that there's different apples, but apple seems to be the only fruit that has not been produced without seed, regardless of how many you have. So I think in my meditation, I'm like, what is it about the apple? Why was it in the scripture? And then another thing, when we think about our ancestors, right? Many of them didn't forbid anything from their diet, but food was, animals. Me, myself, I only eat fish, right? When I feel the need, I don't have to have any meat, right? I actually prefer raw food. But when we think about our ancestors, and even my grandfather, he's 90 and he still eats everything, less of red meat, but your body over time can't handle certain things. But when we think about our ancestors, nothing was forbidden, but they raised their animals better. What they ate, how they, emotionally and certain things like that. And so scripturally, I want to know what ones think about why was fruit something that was, put out there to be forbidden? And could it have been a tool of King James or whomever, to sort of tell us, hey, food is going to be one day a weapon? What do ones think? Blessed love.
Blessed love, Empress. Interesting. We have some hands up. Honorable Precept, you can go ahead.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say something from earlier, but I want to touch on what the Honorable Empress just mentioned still,
Definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah, as we refer to mango as what we would call an aphrodisiac, right? But when we do our studies, all fruits, especially fruits with liquid, aphrodisiac, watermelon, cucumber, right? And it's even, and the next thing too, we were taught that nuts is nuts and this is vegetable, but nuts are fruits originally. Tomato are fruit, okra are fruit, but they don't really teach us that about fruit. They categorize fruits differently, right? All of these things, the walnuts and these things, they come like aphrodisiac because it's all about blood flow when it comes to that, You see it, and there's many foods that increase that blood flow and give that free space for the blood to flow, right? So this thing where we single out this and single out that as it causes sexual enhancement, and it is not one and two, it's many fruits that does that, right? So that is a clarity that we need to get, and not only, well, it have lifestyle also that also increases that. It's not just food alone, right? The way how a person rests, many different ways how we live increase that, right? So so I'll jump out of that question there from the Empress now. I want to mention what I wanted to mention earlier, right? As we read about the kilograms and the grams that of protein that should be intake, right? Well, this is the question here, right? When you, let us say you go in the grocery and you pick up a peanut butter or something, and you look at the nutrition fact, you'll see whatever 8 grams of protein and this and that and that and that, right? But with whole foods, what have no nutrition facts and no ingredients, how are we going to determine the amount of protein to use, right? Because there's how are you going to tell the grams or the kilograms, right? So now when you say, all right, well, eggs give you protein, you cannot just leave it at that, because eggs give you other things too. Eggs give you a whole heap of cholesterol. You see it, if you try to do that every day on eggs, cholesterol level will go up eventually. Yeah, you're getting the protein, but you're getting something else to which you're not supposed to get that much of. So what I'm trying to say is, it's not that simple to just say eat this and eat that. What I'm alluding to is that it is not always what we eat, but it's how we eat, right? The simple fact that it have 24 hours in a day, so that, and we're supposed to rest 8 hours, so that leaves us with it's about 16 hours, right, to eat. And when you check it, you cannot be eating whole day, all day. That is what damages the gut. When you overload the gut and the digestive system and it doesn't get time, the body doesn't get time to rejuvenate itself. You see it? So that's why I say we don't really talk about how we eat. We just talk about more so what we eat, right? The circadian rhythm is a perfect example of how we should eat, right? And the timing to consume these things are very important to know, not just what we eat. You see it? So I couldn't say everything at one time, but we have to look at it in that sense also, how we consume, because our ancestors, they were harmonious with their foods, you know. Harmonious mean to say they had a connection with their food spiritually. This is why we will learn to say grace before we eat on these kind of things. It's a harmonious connection we have, right? Like, all right, let me tell you an example. Look, when I was growing up, my mother used to tell my father, don't come and eat with your shirt off at the table because the devil are going to eat from your food. You know, and I saw that as so superstitious, right? But when you look at it now, is reverence what my mother was really trying to bring there, right? It's a certain way you reverence your food, and that is what also makes the body accept the nutrition. Because when you're stressed out, your digestive system shut down. So your body not going to intake the nutrition as it should. You see it? Any form where you don't reverence your food, you know, yeah, your body doesn't receive the nutrition as well. You see it? So that part we always leave out, the reverence towards the food and the harmonious connection that we're supposed to have with our food and how we intake our food. Very, very, very important. You see, but with more time you don't hear about that. You just hear what to eat, and you see, because two people could eat the same thing and they don't get the same nutrition in it because of different lifestyle. Some are doing this and some are doing that. Some lack this and some have more of that. Yes, sometimes you have to know your goodie too. Know what your goodie calling for. Know what your goodie require. You see it, because all the way is not the same. You see it, so that is just the point I wanted to bring of knowing how to eat and not just what to eat. And I would like to get a clarity on the grams. How are we going to determine how much grams we need if we are dealing with whole foods and not processed foods with ingredients and labels on it? My Lord.
My Lord. Remember, Priest Dougie had showed us wherein you have groups of food where one food complement the next. And it have Priest Rasavana, pardon me, my Lord. Yeah. Them groups of food. So if we could look into something like that. And give thanks. You see how your mother clothed that divine meditation in an allegory and tell your father, but now you could have come and recognize it as a reference, a word where you could accept. But it's the same thing she was, as you say, she was creating in her space. So we give thanks to the ancestors. You know, we understanding them better now. My Lord and Empress. Yes, Honorable Priest Dougie, that groups, Justice, Priest Rasavana, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord. Yes, my Lord. Yeah, we will come to that. To know that there's some hands up. We want just, you know.
All right.
Samson.
Everything that's Priest Aswad and then Priest Empress Cindy and then myself.
Okay.
Priest Oswald, quickly, come in. If not, let go the Empress.
Priest Apex.
We're not hear him. Empress Cindy,
Go
if
ahead.
you are ready, you can speak. Unmute and speak, Empress. Give thanks.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks for allowing me to speak, and give thanks for this very informative, much needed topic on the on health and how to take care of yourself. I have a quote from Dr. Layla Africa that states, "If your gut is toxic, your thoughts, energy, and immune system are too." One of the things that I wanted to highlight is just that a lot of us, whether we come from the Caribbean, America, or what have you, or even Africa, our food has been colonized. You understand? We don't eat like how we used to eat. And our soil has been tainted to deplete the nutrients of, you know, of the fruits and vegetables that grow from it. So a lot of times, a lot of us eat and we still feel hungry, not only because of the parasites that we have in us, but because of the depletion of the nutrients that are supposed to sustain us and keep us filled, you know, and eating is not really supposed to be for pleasure. It's supposed to just keep your energy up and keep you moving throughout the day. Another thing I remember Dr. Layla Africa saying is that even if we don't eat meat, we don't eat fish, we don't eat this and that, a lot of people who have chosen to go the route of vegetarianism, because we don't deal with veganism or plant-based as Rastafari. The original term was vegetarianism, but now they have incorporated vegetarianism to include egg, dairy, and all those kind of things there. But originally, it was vegetarian. But what I'm saying is that a lot of us consume starch, you know, ground foods. When we make an ital soup, some of us incorporate a lot of starch and stuff like that. And these types of foods, if you know how to handle them, like for our ancestors back in the days in the Caribbean, enough of them used to eat a lot of starch, but a lot of them used to work it out same way. And a lot of the foods weren't genetically modified like today, and the nutrients were still in the soil at that time. People would be able to go farming and fetch their own what have you if they needed to. They would, quote unquote, slaughter whatever they had to and eat it like that. You understand what I'm saying? Not having to go to the supermarket or the meat market or what have you to kill an animal that you're going to eat. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of things that have changed within a lot of our diets. For example, even learning about plantain. Plantain is not originally from the continent of Africa, it's from Asia. So even Africans themselves are consuming things that are not native to their land. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Bless the love, my Lord and Emperor.
Honorable Priest Oswald, 1 second before you push through. The Empress made a vital point a while ago that I want to highlight because we're speaking to the world. The soil strength, the nutrients within the soil, the micro organisms that used to be in the soil are depleted. It's the microorganisms that usually generate the fatness of the land, you know, the richness of the soil. And those micronutrients have been depleted by the chemical usage, the insecticides, the fertilizers and all of these things, the car oils that we change from our car and we just throw it out into the grass and throw it over there, sun, not realizing that it doesn't stay one place. It goes down into the different layers and drop into the water source and then it travels. So we are slowly poisoning the planet, poisoning ourselves as well. So the soil, as the Empress said, is not yielding as it used to. That's why they're using so much fertilizer right now. Even in the cannabis that we burn as sacrament, them having to use a whole heap of chemical things in them, especially in this new breed of cannabis that they are pushing all over the place. And that is harming the soil, harming all life that depends on the soil as well. Honorable Priest Oswald, thanks for your patience, my Lord.
That's my Lord. Bless the love to one and all. And we are talking about live it, what you call diet, right? And we have to eat to live, not live to eat. The whole thing what went wrong, everything we need to eat was in our backyard, and it has changed because we don't even have land of our own. So things have changed rapidly. But as the Empress was saying, the starch diet, the mucus healing, less healing diet and stuff is better because when we eating like fish, once you eat fish with a starch, it breaks down the protein rapidly. If you eat the fish with a salad, you get the true nutrients of it. So we have to think about everything that we are eating, everything we are drinking. And individuals have to step up. Every individual who is depending on someone to support them. That is a big problem on the planet. We all do it. And it's a thing we have to try to eradicate by trying to be independent or inter-independent. The problem is coming, like how we studying, who get big and can't support themselves and you have to buy. You can hardly feed yourself and you have to study another one because he's an elder and he knew all the while. I am paying for the mistakes I make when I was in my flourishing time, affluent like a fool, spending and giving the whole world. I have 14 years of imprisonment outside of prison. Like I'm doing time on the outside because my rapid change for my deportation is radical. So we have to eat proper, drink proper, think proper, and do things right. We have to check our nutritional balance. That's what we need to study. We have to have a weekend to study nutrients that the body needs, like magnesium in the morning for men over 50, and then a little pink salt base, and then in the evening, liquid zinc, and stuff like that. We need to check our diet, and because we're just drinking the water and it's taking away the electrolytes from us, we need to study our liver or our diet more and be more accurate. Regardless of something they say is aphrodisiac and it's beneficial to you. It's your mind, you know. You could have bathed with Viagra. If you're dormant, you're dormant. If you're recessive, you're recessive. So that is just a state of mind. We just have to eat right and drink right and try to have a quality life. And we need to study nutrients and nutrition so we could break it down simply. And the ones who cannot support themselves need to do better to try to support themselves because no one owes anyone anything unless they could afford it. And a few people are privileged because we all had it and we all make mistakes. But going forward, there's a new year. Let us try to be constructive in our thinking, our drinking, our eating, our planning, and our development so we can unite. Organizations are to be trusted. We need to trust each other more because in this world of criminality, people don't trust each other. We have to work on a whole program of changing the whole agenda, starting with every individual doing it for themselves. Give thanks for a good nutritional talk and all the good conversation going through, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, priest, as well. And blessed love, my Lord and
Blessed
Empress.
Lord.
Give thanks,
Majesty
Honorable
bless.
Empress Cindy, for recognizing that they have changed up a lot of the names. Were one vegetarians. Now those who eat fish but no dairy are known as pescatarians. Don't know where they came up with that, but that's what it is. One of the things, and this is the reason why we need to educate our younger ones so that they can grow up to be the doctors, the nurses, the acupuncturists, the dietitians, and so forth, so that when you go to them, you can be treated by your own Right now, we go to other doctors and they come up with, different dietary needs depending on what ailments or what a person may be going through. One of the things that I'd like to share is grab and go proteins. Grab and go proteins are your roasted chickpeas, which offers a quarter cup of roasted chickpeas is 5 to 6 grams. A high protein granola bar is 10 to 20 grams. Protein fortified oatmeal, a cup of that is 10 to 20 grams. Hummus, and that is something that can be made with your chickpeas. A quarter cup of hummus with veggies gives you about 5 grams. Soy milk, a cup, shelf stable, is 7 to 8 grams. But I'm just sharing that because when I did go to the doctor, based on what I myself was going through, I was told that I need to intake more protein. So one of the things that we came up with is a cup of unsweetened vanilla, either almond, soy, or oat milk. I don't do too much soy. I prefer oat milk. And it's even better to make your own milk. If you can make your own milk, that is even wiser. And that gives you 30 calories. 2 tablespoons of ground flaxseed, which is about 70 calories. One of the things that she asked me to do is the protein powder, the Orgain protein powder. I think it's an organic powder. 2 scoops of that gives about 150 calories. So what you're actually doing is counting calories. A handful, which is equivalent to a cup of kale or spinach. A cup of frozen berries or fresh, most naturally, blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, blackberries, etc. gives you about 70 calories. Half of a frozen banana, not the entire banana unless it's a small banana. Half of a banana, you can cut up your banana and freeze it, gives you about 50 calories. 1 tablespoon of chia seeds gives about 60 calories. Now, because of the chia seeds and the flaxseed, it's going to make it very thick, so you may have to add some water for its consistency. And that totals about 440 calories just for that one shake alone. It would give me 56.5 grams of carbs, 26.9 grams of protein, and 17.2 grams of fat. So it's important to know these things. Optional, you can add some type of nut butter, which at 1.5 tablespoons of nut butter would give you about 135 calories. So those are things. Also, we need to increase our water intake, whether it's coconut water, what's the best water? Distilled water? Is it? Water. Don't use any water because most waters are contaminated, especially that one. We don't even want to call names because we don't want a lawsuit against us. But I know I'm not using Dasani and other things, but you choose your water carefully. Your protein, I just want to say this, your protein. Now, for those who eat tofu, 5 ounces of tofu gives you 20 to 22 grams of protein, or 10, which is 4 ounces. Lentils, a cup of cooked lentils gives you 18 grams. A cup of chickpeas gives you 14 to 15 grams, whether you're using black beans, a cup. Edamame, I've never had edamame, but I just learned what it is. Actually, it's like it's a soybean, but it's a young soybean. It's different in the soybean when it's young from when it's actually aged. There's some kind of difference in it. So one can look that up. And of course, a quarter cup of hummus will give you 5 grams of protein. Hummus is very, very good to add to a lot of things. You can do wraps with hummus and so forth. A simple day's meal, and I'll finish just now, is the 5 ounces of baked tofu with 3/4 cup of cooked quinoa, a cup of sauteed vegetables, and a tablespoon of tahini or olive oil, not the regular salad dressings that is out there. You can use tahini or olive oil. And you can put whatever salsa herbs, or you can choose to squeeze lime or lemon on your salad because that gives it a very good taste. And my intake of calories is supposed to be around 1,600 to 1,700 kcals per day. So therefore, my breakfast would be the protein. My breakfast or lunch can be the protein shake, and then the meal for the day would be the second meal, and then a light. Then you eat something light. And throughout the day, you munch on your nuts and your dried fruits or your fresh fruits or what have you. But we all have to take charge of our lives, our diet, because there's a lot of illnesses. You hear the elders and even young people you're hearing with diabetes and all kind of illnesses now, childhood. Young children are now being diagnosed with diseases, and we have to remember that over 75% of the foods in the grocery stores they don't call them genetically modified anymore. They call them bioengineered. And you must learn to read packages. It's very, very important to learn to read the packages of what you're consuming, because a lot of items out there have warning signs on them. And the warning signs will tell you it will either give you this disease, give you cancer, give you whatever, asthma, whatever it is. A lot of the products do have warning signs. So my Lord and Empress, blessed love, give thanks for the moment. And Honorable Priest Knuckles is next.
Yeah, through the chair quickly.
I would like to say something to Ms. Trisha. Thank you so much. And I think you should publish a nutritional chart for us. I love all your
But
information.
remember what we learned. Remember what we were reading, that each person's intake will differ, whether by age or whether by what is going on with you, whether you have diabetes, whether you have sickle cell, whether you have this, that, or the other. So I can post stuff on there, but you must be certain that you go to your healthcare professional, or a herbalist is a very good person to go to that would assist you in certain things also. Blessed love.
Yeah, quickly through the chair before we let go the next person. The Empress, what the Empress was talking about, and she was giving you all the figures. One of the easy way to make sure that you are consuming what you need to consume, when you look in your pot, you must see an array of colors. That's one of the first things that you must see an array of colors, especially in the reds, yellows, and those type of ways, apart from the green, because we all know so we need to have a portion of green. But the array of colors, okay, is what is going to make sure that you are getting the combination and the right portions of what you need. See? And we'll come back to, we don't want to leave Pre7's presentation hanging, because he made a very important point in his reasoning. But we will let go the Honorable Priest Knuckles and then come back to that, my lord.
Honorable Priest Knuckles, my lord. Majesty
Oh,
bless.
blessed Lord, Royal Majesty. Blessed
My
love to the
lord.
Royal Ethiopian family, my lord. Council of Elders, blessed love. Thanks to today's reasoning, wonderful topic. Very right in the time that we are. A whole heap of things we did have to say, and Sister Cindy come on and wipe off half of them. And then Sister Trisha come and wipe off the next half. So we give thanks, you know. I think I heard Sister Akeem talking about the apple and the restriction in the Bible. I don't quite remember the apple being mentioned in the Bible. It was from the tree of knowledge. And I don't know of no tree about that. Anyone can correct me. That is tree of knowledge. So it really was an allegory, a symbolism, you know? Okay.
I think in the
That's it.
modern times, they would I want to say apple, but growing up in the Bible, I don't know, looking back.
Honorable
But,
my lord, it never said apple, it said fruit. It didn't mention no precise fruit. For years,
Thank you.
but the drawing was like an apple. Though.
What they said.
I pray thee, my Lord. Biblically, it never mentioned apple, but everyone comes with this narrative that apple ends Adam's apple in a throat and all of these things. So, my Lord, I concur with what Priest Nuckley saying. I know saying the tree of knowledge, but even if we go to the fruit, the forbidden fruit is not named in the Bible in wise. It's not named. It just says a forbidden fruit. But the narrative fed throughout the world is that it was a apple.
But I don't want to spend too much time on that, you know. I want to get on still. Give thanks, you know. Yes. What we are experiencing with food now, living in urban societies and stuff, is different than the earlier age. Our parents grow the food. Our grandparents, should I say, grow the food. Start wasn't a problem because, and even from Bobo Hill, when you eat up that only per start, but you go walk 12 miles, go sell broom and come back. When you come back, the whole other starch you work out and you sweat out that. Starch is not a problem. Starch is quick sugar, energy, and you need the energy for move. When we're in this urban setting where we are go down the block, we jump in your car or something, then that's when you have to cut out much of the starch, you know? The stomach. Most of the enlightened people, you know, that dealing with nutrition, go and tell us, say, most disease and problem that we have in our body start within our stomach. I hope you can give me a little moment. I remember talking with Sebi. Sebi said he went to, although he never named the tribe, he said there was a country in Africa where the people lived to be 120 years old. We hear about the long-lived people, them in Japan and the rest of the world, but they never tell about the one them in Africa. And Sebi said when him go there and him ask the medicine man what it is that give them that longevity. And him not trust Western people, so him never talk with Sebi. Sebi said German and whole a fast, and about the third day of the fast, the man come talk to him. It was a key to our understanding how you bring with fasting from the hill. And him says, Sebi, you know one of the biggest problems you all have in the West? You use your mouth too much. That means we eat too much. And the stomach have to spend a whole lot of time and energy to break this down. Now, considering Sister Cindy's reasoning about the toxicity of the food them, and the fact that the food that they bioengineer, it might give you some of the things that the original food did have, but it is missing. One of the things Sebi talk about is electric food. That the natural food from creation have an electrical charge to it, which we in our body have an electrical system that needs that charge. That's why you forget our Rasta culture about groundation and being on the ground, walk and barefoot, all interrelated with one another. So the food them that we eating have a whole heap of chemicals in it that the body have problem getting out. And so our tradition where we grew up with our grandparents, when we was going to school every semester, you have to have washout before you go back to school. And we had bush tea 1 or 2 times in the morning with the different bushes, them that help the immune system to clear out parasites and them things out of our body. Coming into this urban society, we suspend them kind of practice there. And that is what helping us to get sick. But the gut, having a clear internal in your gut, clean vibes and things is a necessary part. It's not just what you eat, but what you eliminate, that cut the waste that come out of the eating, because it have a lot of things that not to be in there. Second thing, the processed food. When I listen to Yaki say one of the studies that they have with the Japanese people that live so long in that whole area, when him study the people, them, what they do is they eat anything that they are eating is one ingredient in it. When time you look on the box where we buy things and it having so much things that you don't even have no damn idea what these things are. Them just tell you, say, it's approved by FDA. And your body have a problem. We used to callaloo, tomato, onion, thyme, little rice or little flour, little something, one ingredient. So you know what it is. Now we're buying in living amongst them because them don't regard life like that. Anything you're buying, when you eat all the bread are not something we should have really eat, you know, from them people, because when you read it have 20-something ingredients in it, and half of them you don't know what the hell they are.
Besides flour.
Besides, you understand? So, knead up your flour, make some sourdough. Forward to the original way how we know and understand these things, you know? As far as protein, we don't need not more than the grains them that we have. And as the man say, when it comes to protein, quinoa, pumpkin seed, hemp seed, chia seed, flax seed will give us all of the protein that we need. So if you have a way, a lifestyle of, you can get up in the morning and me don't even eat in the morning either. That is another thing. Eating too much food. Tell you about 3 meals a day. That I introduce us to fasting. Now me hear them talk about interwar kind of fasting. There's a word them use now.
Intermittent.
Intermittent. Thank you very much, Empress. So you don't eat after 7, 8 o'clock in the night, because that is labor in the stomach in the night when time you have to rest. You get up in the morning and it process what it in the stomach until about midday, which are a general upper yard still. I mean, if you want to eat breakfast, but we are saying the people them that strive live longer and more energetic when time them reaching at them 70s. It's people that don't eat every minute like that. We can eat at 12 o'clock. Between 12 and 4 o'clock, you eat most of your meal. And you start with the fruits, the berries. Is a very important part. Now that we live in amongst them. I don't remember when we were at Jamaica, we have blueberries and blackberries and all of these things. But whether them come from Africa, and that is another point the Empress make. I want to say about the earth is the laws and the fullness thereof. Not because the thing never developed in Africa doesn't mean that it's not good for us. Everything within its proper proportion. You know what I mean? The planting, I think she mentioned, you know? So it's a meditation to stay healthy. And you eat and you clean out your temple. And you balance back the things them. If you drink like a quinoa porridge, you do some pumpkin seed later in the day, you snack. And later in the evening, you eat some quinoa and thing and some callaloo. some pop chow, some kale, simple one ingredient thing. You eliminate half of the gut problem that we are having with the whole heap of things them in a box and the whole heap of things them in a bread and the whole heap of things them, my lord. I mean, I don't want to take up too much time for, but we give thanks to this topic and bringing us to a consciousness. Or we used to live on the hill, not necessarily how you can live out a road. Mango, that I talk about flesh food. We never used to eat red peas, not red peas, kidney beans on the hill. And reason with that, I say certain things are flesh food. Now, if you understand the journey of the priest on the hill, the order, the manner unite us within a spiritual realm to manifest the freedom where we want. So you take a conscious meditation. One things that will build up the flesh energy in you that you have to go seek and go deal with the man. That's why the man say you never have to live on the hill, you can't come and service and things, because when you live on the hill, you have to live by the principle where him live by. And to achieve what him want, him have certain restriction. It come to the food with the vine thing them. And when we ask the father about the vine food, the father say, the nature of the vine food, just like how you have beet that is good for the blood, certain things come with that nature in them. And the vine food make a meditation run. That I explained to me. That I never tell me about no Bible thing about you can't eat this and you can't eat that. Just say people, African people know herbs and food and what can hurt you. The vine food is one of the easiest ways for people that have malintention towards you to hurt you with food, especially like the pumpkin, and you don't know, can poison it and you don't know and eating it. So that as a man, as secure us as children, the say, stay away from those things, because people that know the science can use those things to hurt you. So, my lord, that is my little contribution today, my lord. Give thanks and blessed love to the royal family. Blessed.
And I have a praise. I think Empress Diane, and then Empress Akim and Empress Cindy.
I think Empress Dahina's hand was up at one point before Empress Diane.
Which one?
Dahina.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, call the hands them now, Empress. I ain't ready to see it. All right.
No, she took it down. Empress Dahina, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, blessed love, royal family, heart of love. Give time for the blessed
Blessed
moment of
love.
grieving. Love, and over. Yeah, Prince Knuckles hit my point. What we're going to say still. When I talk about the bitters, I always remember that our parents used to wash us out. Every holiday we had to have a wash out. Yeah, so Prince Knuckles him hit that mark there, the importance of a wash out. And that's one thing we feel now, because the youth know that they can't give them wash out again and they want to take it, and not just crunch up their face and them don't want it. But I remember it was paramount important for our parents that we had to have a washout every holiday. We got to have a washout. And after you visit the shop them, you're frightened for buy the vegetable because of my hands sometimes, you're frightened for buy them. One of my putting out these vegetables nowadays, but them big and thick, me say, I don't want that. But when we was growing up, things were just simple and dirty, but them was more natural. But nowadays they want things to look pretty. And pretty frighten me.
Sure.
Pretty vegetables frighten me. Frighten I still, because they look too pretty. But that's that little moment, the importance of the washout. What I and I parents found very important, that we had to have a washout to remove our toxins out of the goodie. So that not happen again nowadays. So us goodie are suffer for it, So with those few words, Mother and Empress, give thanks for life and us blessed life. Give thanks for all 8 times 12, and give thanks for this wonderful works and this wonderful topic. Very important. Give thanks, Mother and Empress. Yes,
and just a reminder.
Quickly before you move on, I just want to add to something what the sister said, because we forget this. King Emmanuel taught us to weekly take aloe vera. We used to beat our aloe vera weekly. When we're there yard, weekly. At least twice, sometimes twice a week, but at least once. Priest Roy was one of the man that was a aloe vera beater. If you don't, yeah man, you can count on Priest Roy. See? So it was a culture that was embedded in I and I, that weekly, daily detox is a very important thing. Like the Honorable Priest said, we intake a lot of stuff coming from the food, the air, the water, and if we don't get it out of the body, it build up and then it becomes chronic and create a problem. Moving on. Back to the chair.
I just
My
wanted to
lord.
quickly remind once that if it wasn't the last reasoning, I think it was the reasoning before that we were speaking about produce, your fruits and vegetables, and they having the 4-digit codes. All bananas would have 4110 on it. So if they're saying that if it has a 9 before it, it is supposed to be organic, and I would use the word suppose, and those starting with 8 would signify that they're genetically modified. Blessed.
If
That
thanks.
is
Good
it.
information. Good
Yes,
information.
yes. And remember the new word is what they call biologically engineered.
Bioengineered.
Yeah, bioengineered. Yeah, I the new word. Yes,
Empress,
my lord. Empress, what to talk now?
Empress
Blessed
Dion,
love.
Empress Akim, and then Empress Cindy.
Okay, Empress Dion, Majesty bless.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. I'll just like to touch on 3 things quickly. First thing, Priest Imesley, you mentioned on a black book or black word songs coming through with the herbs and thing. And in front of me, I have a book given to me by an elder from my community where I grew. And the name of the book is Treatments and Cures with Local Herbs by Albertina Parfy. And this was produced and published here in Trinidad, my Lord. So if we
All
ever
right.
do come together, I could get a copy to you.
Yes. Okay.
The
All
second
right.
thing is on the molasses Mama Miriam spoke of. It is highly, highly, highly beneficial for all, even diabetics as well too. She mentioned because of the sweetness, it is to probably use in moderation as everything else. Everything is to be used in moderation, but molasses is highly excellent for strokes, asthmatic, amnesia, veins, for the clogging of your veins. It is excellent for a whole lot of healing within the structure. And that's 2. And number 3, I'll just like to touch on some additives that we should be aware of that they place in food that triggers certain mental disorders, right? For example, like tartazine. Tartazine, too much causes, if you have too much of that in your system, when you can end up in a state of epilepsy, when you're seeing the flashing lights on the screen and on the television and thing, it triggers something in you when you have a high dose of tartazine in your body. Monosodium glutamate, that it is put out in soups and salads, that is a flavor enhancer. It is used that in to cook certain foods, and it is delicious, and it will make you wanting more, coming back for more. Certain packed chips and thing, how it finger licking good. I'm not calling any names for publishing purposes, you know, but it's so finger licking good that it is make you coming back for more. It is the monosodium glutamate that it is put in these snacks. Propol, garlic, yes, otherwise known as MSG, and in some countries, otherwise known as Vetsin, because in Trinidad it is called Vetsin. right? It's like a white salt. It enhances the flavor. Proper gallate, they just put that in chewing gums, but that is associated with it is proven to cause cancer. And two other things, what is high, what is first on the addictive red flag list. Number one is sodium nitrate, and number two is BHA and BHT. Those three things absolutely causes cancer.
Cancer. Yeah, man,
Yes.
cancers.
Yes. They said in a program I was doing and a study came out, and they say they did not put it in there to hang out and be excreted, which is the BHA and BHT. It don't be excreted out of your system. They obviously didn't put it there on purpose, but for some people, some of the time, they are detrimental. So we know who those some people most of the times are, right? There is trans fats that causes fatty livers and high blood pressure and severe food
Not allergy.
although they say it is recommended that it should be added to the label, most of the times it is not. And aspartame. Aspartame is a #1 sweetener known as NutraSweet or Equal. It's in all our drinks, sodas, cereals, everything, but it actually gives you a wrong kind of energy, a burst of energy, a burst of high. And then when it drops, when your sugar level drops, it drops below the correct insulin level line, which is detrimental to your organs, which in turn will be detrimental to your health. Right, so these are and food colorings, of course, blue 1 and 2, red 3, red 40, green 3, yellow 6. All these are high red flags because of where they came from and what, or not just where they came from, but how they were created, where they derive from. So please be aware, read our labels, and it might seem like we can't eat nothing, but because they, as Empress Akim said, they taken away what's supposed to be good for us. But when you go to and telling us it is not good for us, but when you go to the grocery stores, we don't seem to be getting it on the shelves because it was already bought out by higher people with more money, you know? So be aware, be vigilant of what we are putting in our structure. And remember, it is not what we eat, but how we eat it. So remember, the cooking utensils are important. The eating ware is important, because if we remember growing up, our grandparents used to cook in cookware or glassware pots or clay pots, right? And the eating wares was glassware. Now we are eating and drinking hot and cold in plastic, and everything that has plastic has poison in it. So when you add heat to the plastic, you are emitting that poison into your food, where we are slow poisoning our own selves because of what is economical at the time. So let us try to attain and be attuned back into our old-time rhythm and our ancient ways. That longevity could be something that we could say, give thanks for, you know, give thanks for our foreparents, that they knew what to do and they knew how to do it. And one of us had a grandparent where we saw, so we could pass it on still, you know. So give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Remember to read your labels and grow what we eat so that we can live longer. My Lord and Empress.
Bless. Up
Empress
next,
Cindy.
Empress.
Empress Cindy.
Hannah's not up no more.
Empress
Bless the Lord, my
Akim.
Lord and Empress. Pardon me.
Okay, go ahead.
What I wanted to share was that I do give thanks once more for the reasonment that's going through, and I really, really love what Honorable Priest Knuckles was mentioning, you know, and how he was touching upon different holistic healers such as Dr. Sebi. For me personally, I have a broader mindset when it comes to holistic nutritionists. I don't only just listen to one to just like be bottled up in just like what Dr. Sebi says or what I take my information from different people. Even Dr. Barbara O'Neill, she's a white woman out of Australia. She gives really pertinent information about health and healing. Dr. Yaki Awaken, that Priest Knuckles mentioned. Dr. Sebi, of course. Brother Ross Abdullah Kim, he just recently transcended. He's the creator of the Sundial products. So yes, I also wanted to mention earlier about something that I was saying in terms of the food being colonized, if you will. It says that food colonization describes how colonial powers used food to control, exploit, and culturally erase colonized peoples from disrupting traditional diets, forcing cash crop monocultures, introducing harmful processed foods, and promoting colonizer diets, leading to ongoing health issues, food insecurity, and loss of cultural foodways with impacts seen in indigenous communities and global food system. It's about transforming food from a cultural, spiritual connection to a commodity, creating lasting inequalities in access and health. And that is something that we see on a global scale. You know, I don't even want to mention how many years, but studies have shown that how we used to get our food was by 80% of farmers. Now in today's world is like less than 3% of people who are farming. So that goes to show you that if you're not getting your own food from your own backyards and you're getting it from supermarkets or what have you, you know, you really have to know what you're putting into your system. And one of the things I appreciate about what Empress Akim said was when she was talking about apples. Apples are very nutritious. They have a whole host of good things going on for people. It cleans your gut. It helps regulate blood sugar. It cleanses the liver. It reduces inflammation and disease, and it also helps to fight mucus and congestion. Apples are an amazing fruit, and I highly recommend people to eat that. And lastly, what I wanted to say is that health and healing is not a one size fits all for everyone. My blood type is different than my Kingman's blood type. It's different than my neighbor's blood type. So what I'm saying is that when you're healing yourself, it's all on what is good for you. What's good for me may not be good for the next person. It's all on how you want to, heal yourself to, homeostasis, internal gut biome to keep you balanced with the earth and keep you balanced nutritionally. That's all I wanted to share. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress.
Priest Nappy's hand was up a while back also. I don't know.
Honorable, before we move on, we want to tie this thing all together because we have discussed extensively now the food aspect of this whole thing, but there were more angles to it. Now, one of the questions, does food affect mental health? And if it does, then it affects how we function. It affects the violent nature, the kind of confrontational spirit that, because in doing this is not just for just random information as well. We are zoning in on some solutions to some problems that we're having. And as we are all aware, for some reason, we are living in a very confrontational time where humankind seems to be in a more angry, violent type of mode. Even in the house of God, in the house of Christ, we are finding that those same type of obstacles. So in trying to understand it and how to mitigate it, we are looking at the causation. Now, as we have identified how important what you put in your gut is. Earlier we heard it speak about the fact that your gut and your brain, they communicate a lot together. So definitely what goes in the gut is very important. Now, if we are not getting the right amount of what we spoke about, mineral deficiency, and I'm highlighting this because it's very important in the medical research, in the naturopathy world, they're finding that mineral deficiencies is a cause of many things that is affecting I and I people of color. I can't speak for anyone else. I am talking about I and I melanated people. Just like how we found out that milk coming from the cow that is supposed to be for the calf, and we're robbing the calf of the milk. Melanated people have a strong anti-milk vibe. We are lactose intolerant. See, so we're looking at all these things to figure out what is going on, is what I'm alluding to. Now, the kind of violence that we find, domestic violence among couples, violence among especially the youths. Because so funny, one of my sons is in North Carolina in the bush amongst his grandparents right now. And I was just there the other day. I mean, in the bush, everything there is farm. I see a lot of soya bean and a wheat farm and different farms, massive farms there. And you would believe that the youths there are doing the same thing that is happening right down here in Fort Lauderdale, killing their one another, pairing up in gangs and doing crazy things. Why is this? Apart from the television and the social media, which includes the Netflix and the Hollywood productions, there has to be, something else that is also triggering these actions, because we're not just seeing it in the youth, but we can now see that it's there in the youth as well. So we're looking at it. Is food part of this problem? Why? Because our diet as Bobo is very restrictive, especially for many of those that stay on the hill and stay on the hill for a long period of time. They are much more restricted than I and I who move around. One's in a lower bracket of living. We're looking at all the categories, One's in a lower bracket of living where their funds is not flowing a certain way, so they are unable to eat the way that they should. We just eat to survive, all of I and I. Well, I can speak for myself. Yeah, we eat to survive. Even as much as knowledge that I and I have about food combination and food and all of that, because of circumstance, a lot of time, things run dry in your house. You don't have the proper amount of things to combine to really give your body what it's supposed to get for that day. You just make do with what is there and you cook up a meal and it's a belly full, yes. And it gives you energy to keep moving, yes. But it does not give you the nutrients required to keep the cell growth going and for other functions. So I am giving a full view of where we're going with this. Is food part of why we're having the problem among each other? Why the core love, the kind of antagonistic nature, the realities that we are facing, the opposition spirits, the dissembling spirits that we are encountering among ourselves, and we're not pointing a finger because the thumb is pointing back. So we are talking about introspection, looking at ourselves within the Congress as a family, seeing why are we going through this as well as we see what's going on, because as much as we are in the world but not of the world, how much can we say that right now? And I will leave it there. Back to the chair.
My Lord. Well, you pose some serious questions. The floor open still. And Patricia, anybody have a hand?
Blessed
Blessed
love.
love.
I have my hand up. May I speak?
Go ahead, MP.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
and then
try.
Jamaica can come after. Go ahead,
Okay.
MP.
Yes, I'm gonna try to tie it in. I was gonna speak on something else, but now that we shifted, I'll try to tie it all in. So I wanted to go back a bit. Priest Knuckles had asked what was I relating to or trying to get at with the apple. And again, just thinking about colonialism, propaganda, pictures in the Bible, the apple being spoke of. I always try to make a connection with things and try to see what is the purpose of ones who try to indoctrinate the people. And so looking at apple as food, looking at the snake on the tree as being a figure that is supposed to tempt humanity, and now we're knowing that okay, the apple is a fruit that is necessary. They say apple a day keep the doctor away. Looking at the snake as being a kundalini kind of thing now versus it being something that was devilish or whatever. Just trying to make those connections. I don't want to spend too much time there, but just looking at the whole picture and trying to make the connections. But I wanted to mention as far as behavior and foods, when you think of an ITAL diet or a lighter diet, you would think that ones would vibrate at a higher frequency. Priest Knuckles had mentioned also about the energy of food and the vibration and frequency of food. So you would think that if you eat lighter, that you would feel lighter in spirit, that your mindset would be more joyful and of a higher frequency. If there's no balance and there's a lot of animal products and chemicals and all these things, then you will act more beast-like, and also my son brought to my attention a few years ago about the combinations of foods as well, fruits particularly. Eating melons with other melons can cause a chemical or energetic reaction too. And I wanted to read this really, really quickly. So talking about vibration and maybe not having the knowledge of some of these things have an effect on us. And like Empress Trisha had brought up, and I think it was Empress Trisha and Empress Cindy, about eating for your blood type. That is also very important because you yourself individually require certain kind of nutrition just specifically for you. And so I just wanted to highlight some of this because there are some taboos or combinations of fruits that we should not eat because it causes many reactions. So I'm going to read through it really, really quickly. Excuse me for going fast, but I'm trying not to take up so much time. So while scientific consensus varies, traditional advice suggests avoiding certain combinations like melons with other fruits, acidic fruits like citrus and pineapple, with sweet fruits like bananas and dates, and papaya with lemon. as these can cause digestive issues like bloating, gas, fermentation, with some sources citing specific risks like anemia for papaya and lemon together. Dairy with fruits, especially citrus, is also often discouraged due to potential curdling and sluggish digestion. Combinations to avoid based on traditional advice: melons, watermelon, and cantaloupe, etc., with other fruits. So melon, melon should be eaten alone. So your cantaloupes, your all the melons. It says because melons digest quickly, mixing them slows digestion, leading to fermentation, gas, and bloating. Acidic fruits, citrus, pineapple, and berries, with sweet fruits like bananas and dates and raisins. Different digestion rates can cause digestive upset, nausea, headaches, and acidosis. Papaya and lemon can cause hemoglobin imbalance or anemia, particularly risky for children. Bananas and milk can be heavy, slow digestion, and potentially lead to toxins or sluggishness. Citrus fruits and milk, acidity can curdle milk proteins, causing discomfort. Papaya and banana can cause acidity or indigestion. Fruits with dairy, like yogurt and cheese, can cause fermentation, gas, bloating. While these combinations are discouraged, main theory. So the reason behind they shouldn't be consumed together. So they have different digestive times, enzyme interference, and pH balance. And so just looking at some of these things that we don't have knowledge of can cause chemical and electrical occurrences, in our bodies that can make us, be low vibrational. And again, talking about behavior and what we eat, I would assume, right, when you eat lighter, your meditation would be better. You would be lighter in spirit. You'll be more joyful, So the question is, if we are eating ITAL, if we are eating properly, why is our mindset? Why are we so aggressive? Are ones not, in their, behind their closed doors, not really living the liberty that they're supposed to? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And so again, being that on this side of the world, or how animals are raised, because everyone, life to themselves, at the end of the day, I have to eat for myself. Once I have to eat for themselves, but there is a connection, I would say, spiritually and emotionally. I choose to eat a certain kind of way, others choose to eat a certain kind of way. There may be some meat eaters out here who are peaceful, but I would think that if we're eating properly, then we would be lighter, right? So maybe that is the issue. Ones aren't really eating the way that they should, and their behavior, they say that you are what you eat. So their behavior shows something different, Blessed love.
Blessed love. Well, my mother was a saint and she used to eat meat.
Right,
So
right.
it's more than what you eat. It's a part of the whole thing, the 360 degrees, so it's a part of, because I don't know, history show me that Hitler was a vegetarian, so I don't really know, I can't, but that's what history tells me. So I believe the food is all a part of, combined with our spirituality. Remember that circle we look at the other day, wherein we say we are the circle, combines of all aspects of humanity. My Lord and Empress. Anyone hands up?
To the pillar, I just have a question, please. Not staying long.
Honorable. Yes, Empress.
I am looking into it. My Lord, could we, meditating what food were the great prophet of old, like what they were eating, like Noah, Moses, what were they eating? What kind of food? And this question might be silly, but it just come to me. And I said, let me ask it, right? If it is silly, well, sorry about that. But I'm asking, what kind of food were our ancestors were really eating that they could live 300-400 years, and so on. I would like to know, what do you think? What history or science, what kind of food they were eating, if anyone have any idea? Thank you.
One thing you know,
Honorable Chair,
Mama.
my
One
hand
thing
is
you
up.
know.
Let me answer.
And I'm a priest, sir.
And you finish answer the hymn, sir. My
Answer
hand is
me,
up.
please.
Go ahead, priest,
Yes,
sir.
Mama.
You can chip in a part of the answer too.
Yes, well, before the reset, people used to eat not electrolyte food with electricity. And when you take out the electricity and put it in a lab now, you find say, it have a starch base. As one individual said, the natural starch is good. You see, but when you're going clone food or or put the food in a lab, you know, as we see enough of these food come now without seed. Even the herb that we are building here, smoking now, right? Enough of these herbs are not good for our third eye. It don't give us good vision. So before the reset, because we have to speak about the reset that we live in now, and the reset was to dumb us down with even food because we have to realize that food war. And just like even high and I in at the camp now, we just get up and eat. Yes, good rice and peas, but rice is a starch-based thing, you know what I mean? And that was one of the top food when I want to cook some rice and peas all at the camp with fish. You see it? So even at the camp still, if you just get up and eat the meal, what you call it again, the grits, some people call it, yeah. We never planned that meal. If you know why that meal I come to men Santo long before I come at camp too, right? So it is a food war over the years. So even I and I who pass through the camp as me, the Empress, they ask that question. Because we say the individual them who say them eat healthy. When you look upon them right now, cause there's a doctor amongst us, and if him reach 51 right now, him still reach enough. But I know says a young man. But when I look upon him as a doctor and as a man we know about the food level, different eating and eat the best type of food also. They don't kill illicit food to eat anything. But I'm not seeing it working to keep them young, like even when we the careless with our life and reach 50 was still carrying black precept and all of these type of look. Right? So I see the individual them that eat natural, they are not keeping that young look as though they should. When COVID passed through, it touched off of everyone, even the man them who say them eat natural. But as one of the empress say, the food, everything is a design to keep our state of mind as though it is. And most of the food do have any electricity in it. 95% of the food in the supermarket, it is dead food. Yes. So empress, they used to eat more electric food. You know what I mean? With the electricity, just like even the jelly, as the man was speaking about the coconut. The coconut now is electrolyte in itself, especially the younger one before it starts, even farm jelly. It carry more potency, more than even the one we get whole and can greater. So the coconut there, the jelly there is, it carry a thing in it named plasma. And one water have the plasma. That's why you could have put it now as the drip for the blood. If you get hydrated or you find that you need drip, they could have used the coconut water kind of the thing where in the blood. So the coconut tree by right is one of the tree of life. One perfect love.
Yes, Lord.
Majesty bless. Yes, my lord. And we coming up on the 6th bell hour, so
We got to come down, tie up everything and come.
So
Reason of, good, especially good reasoning of knowing. But
all right, so
one of the
any
things them,
reason, and then we'd
yeah,
like priest to carry to bring it down. Go ahead,
Pray
my
this,
lord.
one of these, yes, yes, Jamaica needed, yes, Jamaica, the floor is yours before I tie up. Go on,
give
my
thanks,
lord.
give thanks for the reasoning today. Elders, let me say, I decided to be the last to put in a question simply because this is what I and I go on to college for. This I be in the university for. I must study as a chef and as a dietitian. So I really wanted to hear the community and where the item would come from and the knowledge. And I could say that the item knowledge is top notch, on top, nothing for I and I to add. The only thing I would like to put in this when we talk about diet, and I didn't hear, is our mouth. A lot of sickness, if you don't know, a doctor could tell you 92 different sickness which you just from looking inside your mouth. A lot of us do not take care of our mouth. I and I myself. That's where I find a lot of my sickness came from was bad hygiene,
Rastafari.
bad hygiene with my mouth oral care, and it starts from there. So if you putting in the good food into thy body and you're goody and you ain't putting it through a good vessel, you're dirty in it. So we have to look at
Yeah,
the
yeah.
care of our oral care also. A lot of them losing teeth, especially when we get to a certain age. But it also tells us about bad health care and food management. Food could rot in your teeth, a lot of things. So we have to be mindful of, even though we're taking care and putting in the good food into our body, let's make sure we're taking care of our mouth also to make sure that, because that alone could give us a sickness. That we're doing good and we still poisoning ourselves because of our oral care. So I just want to put that there. So let's have it a whole 360 when we think about our healthcare. We can start with our food.
Good sound, my lord.
So
Very
I give
good
thanks.
sound.
That's
Very good
good.
sound. Yeah, them call it
Majesty,
the
my
silent.
lord.
They call it the silent killer, Honorable Prophet Mikey. So I totally agree with you. Great reasoning, to seal it up with. Um, I just wanted to recap on one thing because I didn't want to leave anyone hanging. Priest Sevens made a great point. How we eat. Now, here are the reasoning. Now look at how we eat. We eat the biggest meal of the day we eat in the evening. Now we go rest. For those that rest those, according to how Babylon have it, the 8 hour rest. You're resting now for 8 hours. Then you get up forward and, if you like I and you're not eating anything till 12 o'clock. I don't know if you're following the trend of where I'm going with this. We have to, our scheduling of how we eat have something to do with our health as well. Now, in the morning, if you're not fasting, you have to look at what you're going to eat in the morning because you're going to go through a day of work. Whether it's manual labor, mental labor, you're going to go through a level of work. You hear the what was said in the video. Even though the brain is only 2% of the body, it uses 20% of the energy. So you're going to burn energy one way or the other. Now, if it's manual labor, do you have the fuel in there to go through the 8 hours? And yes, because you can, look at them say black man are the only one with them to go through it the way we go through it, the level of work that we do, and still survive. But it takes away from our longevity. Why? We're talking about depletion of essential nutrients. That is that is what this reasoning is about, I and I is not here to preach a food doctrine. Grandpappy and grandmommy ate what them ate and them live how them live. Seeing how we live is a choice. It's about spiritual cleanliness and it's more, it goes beyond just the physical. Seeing, so we're not here to preach a food doctrine to people. What we're trying to highlight or to diagnose and prescribe is some of the problems that are ailing us. And a lot, as we have all identified today, comes from our gut, what we put in through our mouth, that goes into our stomach. And when we put it in and how much of it we put in. Deficiencies, family, you will come to understand this. I'm planting the seed, especially for the younger races coming up. You can you can sidestep some of the pitfalls that I, the elders, have fell in by understanding this. Deficiency causes a lot of issues in the temple. And there are signs here told in sign, brittle fingernail, loss of hair, brittle hair. There are different things, your skin tone, texture. There are different things you can look at and know that there's things going on in your temple that needs to be addressed. Your body speaks to you, it's just that we ignore it and we don't listen to it. See? So deficiencies, young men getting gray hair, the honorable priest allude to certain things. How come ones are eating healthy and ones have the finance to eat properly healthy, but they are not looking any younger or living any longer than the average person out there? Yeah, we have to look at all the components. We said it, our grandfather and grandmother, they ate what they ate and they lived to a grand old age. But what they were eating was more in tune with the land, more in tune with naturality. We were talking earlier about food and looking at the packaging. If we have to read packages, then we're not eating right. See, so anything that we eating that we have in all of them things that we say in there, a million name on it, yeah, that should not be for us. See, whole foods is what it speaks of. Whole foods. Many names for it, electric food, whole foods. That's what we are supposed to be eating. And at the right time of the day, eating what? What meal at the right time of the day? Fruits, vegetables when, hard food, heavy food, a big plate of food when. Knowing all of those things have to do with health. And that will be my roundup for today along this line. And the fact that violence have increased, we can look at the correlation, as was spoken about in the reading again. Since we have started to live a more processed food life, look at what has happened within our communities. Remember the 60s, we talk about Grand Market night when everybody used to walk out of them yard and walk all about the place, come back a yard 1, 2 o'clock. Fear for nothing. There was no violence like what we come see today where nobody wants to go nowhere. My Lord and Empress, food has to do with mental stability. It has to do with how we react because it affects our moods, our temper, our anger. All of that is triggered by it as well. It may not be the sole source, but it is part of what affects how we function. Blessed love, family. Give thanks.
Lord, give thanks, Majesty bless, and glorify all what was said, and as you say, that we use it as a compass moving forward. No? Yes, my Lord and Empress. So, if anyone have the last word, priest, you could I bring it down?
Knuckles' hand is up.
And I have a priest, Knuckles, my Lord. And I have a priest, Knuckles, my Lord.
Hold on. Blessed love, my Lord, to the chair.
Blessed.
Empress Lily May having a little difficulties with her phone. So she sent a message on the chat stating, blessed love, one and all, having charging difficulties. Very interesting reasoning. Give thanks, all strength, honorable royal family.
Majesty. Tell her we do give thanks and glorify and hope the phone thing fixed. That next week Sunday we can hear her voice.
Will do, my Lord. Blessed love. Give thanks.
Priest,
Priest Knuckles.
or Priest Knuckles.
Blessed, my hand was up from the last time. I didn't take it down, my Lord. So pardon me.
Okay. But give
To the
thanks to
chair.
your voice and have a praise, my Lord.
To the chair.
Yes, Empress.
I just want to say thanks again, Councils of Elders, for the lesson today. It was good, it was great, and we must continue on this part, continue to teach
our family, about, ourselves. All right? The food we eat, and also how we must live as a people. Give thanks, family. God bless you. Have a wonderful week. And as
Mama,
we
before,
meet again.
Mama, before you go away, though, I just want to ask you a question to accompany foundation come see you. What Johnny say about the food? What him say about the food, Empress?
Him say a lot of things, him say the food that we eat. Well, what me learned that is, the rice and the flour, and thing are poison, right? But yet still, we eat it because I said Marcus Garvey said also that we will eat deadly poison, and it will not affect us. But as you see, that more time cut off rice and flour from I and I eating. And we eat more provision and thing, right? But it never stay long. So mostly that I used to tell us we have to be careful of what we eat. You understand? And him emphasize and the white and the flour, the rice, the cornmeal, and other stuff, my Lord, as I can remember. And that's why I'm saying we must wash, we must take the good wash out, like, drink our hyssop to flush our temple from this toxic food that we are eating. Thank you, Priscilla.
All right. Bless them. Yes, please, sir.
Yes, royal family, now as I come to,
You get it? You get
I
it,
feel
Prince?
Are you saying something?
I said if you understand what I said.
Yes, it's beautiful, I just really want you to just elaborate, because just say the food done. So sometimes the individual them that say they are eating quinoa, as long as they are not planting it, them don't have no control over the things where you just say these are the best, Let's say I get a second to seal Empress and Royalship.
Second. I
Yes,
second.
my lord.
Thank you. I check
Right?
second. Thank you.
As I know, ask your reverence universally, internationally, virtually, and to I and I speak about food, we just say, give thanks to life, health and strength, and daily food, And I praise thy name, our Lord, our King of Kings and Queen of Queens. We all, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and in love. Just like the fresh excitement that is upon the head that run down upon the beard, even here on beard that went down upon the skirt of his garment, as he drew a firm on, and as he do that, ascend upon the mountain of Zion. For here Rastafari command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, I, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reign the heart of all flesh. Oh, thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that thy and I shall be saved and redeemed. Oh, thou most high God, Rastafari. Together we walk, together we talk, together we wash one another's feet. Some people say we have no need, but we are doing Rastafari commandment. Laws and commandments from I and I ever living King, King Emmanuel VII.
Adonai.
Yeah. Rastafari. One perfect love, royal family, give thanks, bless it.
One perfect love, 9-star general.
One perfect love, everyone. Beautiful reason.
Love, family. Peace, perfect.
family.
Love.
All right.
Love. All of the love.
Yes, Jabari. Love, Jabari.
Love, Mama Mia, to keep it black and beautiful.
Great slides, Empress Trisha, Empress Dion.
Peace and wellness.
Give thanks and all God
Yes, royal
says.
family, give thanks. Give thanks for
My
blessing
Lord.
and reasoning, my Lord
Give
and
thanks to the
Majesty.
downside royal family. Give thanks, elders.
My Lord and Empress. Till we meet again at Nico's feet.
Blessed love to all. Lovely conversation. Positive, uplifting reasoning. My Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Holy
Bless
Most
you.
High Jehovah,
Yeah. Rastafari.
Rastafari.
My Lord and my
And we
Lord.
take this
Empress.
pleasure as we continue with this season of fasting and prayer. 40 day and 40 night in the wilderness. Him taken from the favorite hymn of praise. Don't lose your vision of Negus. As you travel along this pilgrim way, there are heartaches and trials to bear. But with a vision of Negus and Zion in view, our burdens are much easier to bear. Don't lose your vision of Negus. Keep your eyes ever on him. Many friends and dear loved ones have lost their way. They have lost their vision of him. Don't ever look back, just keep traveling on. There's nothing in the world of sin. Don't ever look back at the world of care, lest you lose your vision of him. Don't lose your vision of Negus. Keep your eyes ever on him. Many friends and dear loved ones have lost their way. They have lost their vision of him. I remember the time, I remember the place when Negus so sweetly came in. How he lifted my burden I had carried so long, and give me a vision of him. Don't lose your vision of Negus. Keep your eyes ever on him. Many friends and dear loved ones have lost their way. They have lost their vision of him. Holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, Holy Mount Zion, Zion. As you travel along this pilgrim way, Israel, there are heartaches and trials to bear, but with a vision of the black Christ and Zion in view, our burdens are much easier easier to bear. Don't lose the vision of the black Christ. Keep your eyes ever on him. Many friends, our friends and their loved ones, enough have lost their way. They have lost Israel, they have lost, we have lost our vision of him. Don't turn to the left, don't turn to the right. Make I and I look for him within. Holy Emmanuelite, that's Jah. Rastafari, my Lord.
Beautiful hymn, beautiful hymn.
Beautiful. Give
My
thanks.
Lord.
Yes, needed that. Needed that. Give thanks.